Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, August the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Yes, yes. Thank you, guys. All right. Well, really, China, China, China. There's, pick a China stock and it's probably up. So let's take a look at KWeb. KWeb actually had a great day yesterday. Really not a big sell-off at all. It's had two good days, but look at yesterday's daily candle. Did not really sell off. Look at that topping tail, hardly visible. So there was not really a big sell-off of the China stocks yesterday, and this is a continuation. Now, KWeb is coming into the 200-day. I don't know if that really makes that much difference when it's an ETF, but anyway, it is coming, getting closer within about $1. But there's just so many. I mean, if you look here, WB, Billy, KC, TME, Tiger, DDL, IQ, VIPS. I mean, I think the only one that isn't a China stock is AP. Oh, even API. I didn't realize API was a China stock. So on this gap up list, they're mainly China stocks right here. So um, maybe a couple. An interesting one. I don't usually trade pink sheet stocks, but of course this was the Starbucks of China that fell into horrible times. Luckin Coffee became a pink sheet stock a few years ago, it seems. LKNCY. But look at this. I mean, it's having a great day, great 2 days, along with China. And it's almost at an all time high as LKNCY. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's how long ago, though, is that? Fraud. That was what? How many years ago now, it seems? Anyway, I mean, just play what the market telling you, and this is now. I mean, it's just rolling along with the rest of the China stocks. Um, Fetch, FTCH. I think this is an earnings play. FTCH is an earnings play. It is an earnings play, so that's a big gap up for it. 15%, big float, 300 million in the float. You can see right there, the next high looking left looks around 1113, so it's almost there. IKT, the headline I saw, something about they were FDA clearance of an investigation. IKT, cheap one, really cheap one. AFRM is an earnings play on the way down. Yeah, there's a big gap down, guys. I mean, it hadn't really recovered over the last few days at all. And now look at this, it's taken all this out. And so the next low looking left is around 26. So there's a couple of dollars left, excuse me, before it hits that next low. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but it still has room to move down if it wants to. Dell, another earnings play, Dell, DELL. And it is down a little bit, not very much volume, at least earnings after hours. So really not a huge reaction, but you can see if it can take out this 45.85 level or is it right there? 46.19 is the low looking left, so it's right below that. So after that, the next low is 44.57. Doesn't have a ton of room. Looks like there's a lot of support too around that 44 level. ZIM, really the only thing I can see is says they're having an update on withholding tax procedures. So anyway, this has been hit on that news. Or is giving you an update on it all. So I'm just looking at a headline, so I don't really know what's happening, but something obviously they're withholding tax or something like that. Workday, WDAY, Workday, another earnings play. That's a big gap up for it, 9%. Coming into what looks like maybe some pretty good resistance. So if you're into shorting some of these more expensive stocks, Workday, I mean, have to see what happens at that 180 level. BHAT. I think this is China, right? BHAT, Blue Hat. Yeah, so this is a China stock. Yeah, okay. When I saw it was way up here at 2, so it's pulled right back. So I guess forget about that one. TKNO, low volume, think it's an earnings play. Maybe not. Let me take a look. TKNO. TKNO, so it's not an earnings play and it's low volume still, but it is up 14%. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. I don't see any specific news for it. Low float, 6.9 million. That's the only reason I really looked at it, just in case, the volume really starts to pick up, because it does have some room. Sava. Sava seems to be in play every day. Sava's having a little bit of a bump. 10%. Any specific news on it today? Wait a minute. Yeah, I do see some news. So on this day here, I believe this day here, and then the next, so this day meaning August the 17th, and then the following August the 18th. I think this got pumped up because a bunch of insiders bought stock. I think that was the news on this one, and a lot of stock. So I'm just noticing here where it says surges after director buys shares. So this might be more. Yeah, director buys $860,000 worth of shares. Looks like it's the same though. Bought on, or maybe this is just being divulged now. About 36,000 shares at $23.79 on August the 23rd. So this is maybe just being divulged now. So anyway, a lot of insiders. They're putting a lot of money into Sava. FHS. FHS. Why did I look at this one? China stock. Oh, it's because it's up 30%. That was the only reason. It was, huge percentage increase. Yeah, it's the only reason. And yes, MFGP is a buyout. I don't get too excited about that. Big flat line happened after hours yesterday. And this is open text, I guess out of Canada, OTX. I'm sorry, OTEX. OTEX, Canadian company. So they're buying them. I have no news on that one regarding Sava settling a lawsuit. VRNA. I was following that one for quite a while. I had it on my watch list, but took it off because it just started to drift down, down, down. And there is the news. Yes, that's what Zach is talking about. Morning, Zach. $31 a share. Why not? You're 11. Why not? Basically, say it's going to triple. Hasn't affected it yet. Only 11,000 shares. And you guys, of course, were talking about drug earlier. You get up to that 340 level. So there's your key level, 345. What did it get up to? 347. So it tried to take out the high of 4 days ago, but not quite. Well, it did, brief by a couple of pennies. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, a little SPY pop here. I don't believe. Let's see if I can get rid of those bottoming tails. Maybe not. Happens sometimes. Anyway, SPY's putting on a little bit of a pop here. Bed Bath and Beyond will not give up. A little bit of a pop here for Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Hard to, I mean, look, for it to get really rolling, obviously, it's going to have to take out this 1258 level. No, I'm just going to forget about it. Lizzie, Lizi. So, I mean, there's just so many China stocks. Be interesting to see if KWeb holds today again. It was a great day yesterday. And there's that FUTU. Boy, it is. I mean, I looked at this. Typically this is not the price range I like to trade, but boy, I was watching this and yeah, just take a few. And it popped about $5. Yeah, I've got figs. I haven't. I don't have very many thumbnail charts anymore. Only four of them. Figs is one of them. You know, it was obviously very active yesterday with that $100 million investment by Rob Barron. I don't know. That sounds like a character out of a bad Wall Street movie. Robber Baron. How do I make the profit loss indicator on your small chart always visible? Which small chart are you talking about the smart stop and are you talking about that shaded area, Rucker? So again, are you talking about that shaded area? Yeah, so it's just if you right click on a chart, right click on a chart, and then go to properties, and then check show smart risk levels. If I uncheck it, it'll disappear. Okay, and if I check it, right click, properties, show smart risk levels. Okay, that's all that is. It's just a guide. You're saying so. Every time if every time you click on an alert, this will appear. So what they're saying is if you took NIO at $21 right now, they're suggesting a stop here at 2045. Okay, that's what they're suggesting. And I wouldn't pay too much attention to the profit target because the profit target is just double the difference between that entry and what the stop is. Okay, it's nothing scientific about it. But the stop is, in theory, is generated. Well, not in theory. I guess it looks at the 15-minute volatility, the high and the low of the day, feeds those numbers in, and it generates, something that you can take a look at. I mean, I never follow it personally, but because that's not where I would be placing my stops. But for somebody new, might be an idea. Boy, China stock just rippage here, guys. All right, let's take a look, see if these analysts are still asleep. And the answer is yes. Probably one more week like this. I guess next week it's what are we now? The 26th. So just looking to see when Labor Day is. Yeah, so we might have one more week like this until everybody gets back because hardly any upgrades or downgrades this week. All right, those are the upgrades, and I say there are hardly any downgrades. All right, that's it, guys. Those are the upgrades, downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So when you say you want them to stop grouping, you don't want a top 10 list, IG? It's a question in our YouTube room. How do I get the races to stop grouping? You do not want a top 10 list? Or you do want a top 10 list? Have to explain what you mean by grouping? And well, you have a timer. So you have a timer. I mean, the race starts, you should have some kind of a timer here. So if you have a 4-minute race, I mean, just a matter of, it's a countdown. So then it's pretty simple to know when a race stops and starts. So you don't want a top 10 list. Okay, so if you right click, let me just duplicate this. So if you don't want a top 10 list, then you have to click on show all winners. Okay, it's just a toggle on and off. Now it says show top 10 winners. So it must say, if you right click on your window, it must say show top 10 winners right now. So just click that and now say show all winners. Okay. As far as the time is concerned, I mean, this time I mean, it's up to you. I mean, you can start it anytime you want. I start mine at 9:30 when the market opens. Okay, I mean, this is just a timer down here. So you should see something that says how long your race is. And then once when you start it is up to you. I mean, you can manually start it. I just like to auto start it right at 9:30. I don't think it's easy to see a race from 8 races ago. Okay, IG. I mean, so you're talking about, say you have 4-minute races and now you want to see races from 32 minutes ago. I don't think there's an easy way to do that. There might be, maybe in replay. I've never tried that. Maybe try replay mode. Okay, and you pick the time and all that. I've never tried that. Yeah, so if you go to my homepage, what I'm sharing is the pre-market. I wouldn't worry about this, the gap up and downs. These are just more audible, okay? This is the key, the pre-market actives up and down. So we just go to my homepage and you will see, go to my scan section, you'll see the pre-market actives up and down. I'm not sharing this, the gap up and down. This is really not that necessary, okay? It really isn't that necessary. I mean, it's the top list that is, for me, that's the key one. It's just, this is just more out of habit that I created this a long time ago. All right, guys, it's now just about 9:20. So let's take a look at the sectors. So with the market being, it's basically flat. I mean, the market's basically flat right now, no giant open. So I'm going to click on the dock channel bar from new, excuse me, new in our toolbar. Click on dock channel bar, and then click on the show more, so we can get down to the sector status. And let's take a look at what the major sectors are doing. Interesting. So, okay. So what you're seeing here, so this is XLE. This is a major ETF for energy. Typically, it's either all or nothing. In other words, all of them are up, or all of them are down from yesterday's close. In this particular case, only 55% of them are up from yesterday's close. Again, usually it's all or nothing, 100% either way. Oh, interesting. So, is there a strong sector right now? Right now, retail actually interesting. 78% are up from yesterday's close. Of course, this can all change once the market opens. Materials, 86% up from yesterday's close. Financials, 83%. So there's some strong sectors right now. Again, that can all change once the market opens. Okay, guys, that FIGS is right at 12. I was almost gonna take this one yesterday and hold it. I didn't, but I thinking about it, but I did not do it. Fetch is a earnings play. Yeah, FTCH is an earnings play. Excuse me. Coming into, let's take a look at where it is right now. So the next high looking left looks like that's 1171 on the daily chart. Looks like it. The other trading room not working. Well, people are in there, Panda, so I don't know what to say about that. I got in and there are people in there. I don't know if it's still we're having that issue, that DNS issue, but it is working. People are in here. We do see something here. All right, so yeah, log in. There's the trading room. There's our home page. Click on the trading room and not getting any error message. Enter the room, and that's I have to do the same thing. Every morning I have to do the same thing, but no problems that I can see. It's possible we're still having. I'm afraid to look at my the download page to see if it's still that crazy font. Yeah, so it might be we're still having an issue. I didn't have an issue this morning at all connecting, but we may still be having that DNS issue. Boy, this FUTU. I mean, I stared at that one, guys. I really did. It's out of the price range I usually trade, but saw that big gap. I saw a little bit of a base here. I thought, you know what? This China's so strong right now. And look what it did yesterday. And it still had room. My homepage is not on the TI main webpage, okay, Derek? That's why you're not dumb. Okay. Oops. Don't click on that. So my homepage is not on the Trade Ideas website, okay? It's something I created for myself. So when you click on it, And here's our promo code right now, first place 25 for 25% off. First month only or the entire year. But here are my scans. So these are the scans that I show this one, the race mode. Once I get rid of this pre-market layout, then you'll see this. You'll see well, you see, that's it. That's the only scan I'm really showing. I have some other scans. Here's the pre-market actives up and down. Well, guys, drug. Wow. Looked like that pullback might have been signifying the end of it for a while, but not even close. So it is over that what is it, 345? That was the key number, I think. Yeah, 345. So it's above that. So now the challenge is 477. Yesterday's action in drug wasn't the worst. And when I look at it, because I mean, it did have a topping tail, but nothing as dramatic as, 5 days ago and then 3 days ago, even 2 days ago. It was pretty disheartening, if you're trying to buy this during the day because it kept getting knocked up and down, up and down, up and down, and then the big sell-off. Yeah, it did have. I mean, no question, Dave. I know well, I guess that was record volume, I suppose. But even the day before, it was no slouch, and yet look what it did. And then I guess that day would have been its record volume before yesterday, and look what it did. Those topping tails are pretty bad. But I mean, maybe today, yesterday was maybe the precursor that maybe those days are behind for a while anyway. So my doubts, but hey, and of course it's that float, guys. 7 million in the float, 13 million. So yeah, you divide 7 into 146 million. That is the float turnover yesterday. I can do that. It's a little over 20. Jamie, there are no dumb questions. So this, if you're talking about all the races will work after hours, as long as you don't have a relative. Well, actually, I'm not even sure about that, but all the races will work after hours. Oh, when you say pre-market races, so it depends what you mean. I mean, I could set up this as a race. I don't do it in the pre-market. I could set these two top lists as race, but they will keep going. There's nothing stopping it from going, unless you put a time stop on it. But you have to consciously do that to say stop at 9:30. It's just like this one will keep going, after hours. It's a great after hours scan too. All right, guys. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Let's have a great end to this trading week, plus the end of the test drive. Today is the last day of the test drive. All right, guys, we're now open. Wow, drug. Oh, brother. That is an awesome one right now. Again, these China stocks. Now, I don't want to fixate too much on these IPOs. Mob did not hurt me because I waited for the 666, which never happened. Okay, I had that price alert at 666, but so here's BZ, guys. China stock, of course, coming right into the 200-day moving average. 26. Well, it's a little bit. It's 26.93. It's a 200-day, so it's at 26.10. So it has a ways to go. Shooting star. Yeah, I don't know. I cannot help you. The only thing I can suggest you do and see what they'll say is we got a lot of tech support that is sitting by. And it might be still that DNS issue we had yesterday. I don't know. For me, it has cleared up. But if you go to our homepage and then start a live discussion, all right, guys, fetch, P earnings play. PAGS, look at PAGS. This is not, so PAGS is actually an earnings play also, guys. PAGS is an earnings play, released earnings after hours. No big reaction at all. But look at this. Market opens through the 200-day moving average and just soaring here. PAGS. Wow, look at drug. Almost at 4 now. So again, I don't like to trade in the first 15. I do like to try to let things settle down a little bit. And of course, what will happen is sometimes I'll just miss the ones that keep moving from the beginning, but and don't stop for about 30 minutes, and that's okay. Look at PAGS, and what if you chase PAGS up at 1953, and now it's at 1820? I mean, if you have any proper stop, you'd be out of the trade immediately. No shorts available for me for drug. China education stock, TAL, TAL. I mean, it's just, I don't think, I mean, if you just want to play KWeb, I mean, that's probably, if you don't want to pick an individual kind of stock. Well, tall, how about EDU? Usually they follow. EDU. Actually, look at this. EDU is actually having a pullback, whereas TAL continues to move higher. Interesting. I don't know if there's any specific news for this one, but, and of course, and again, I'm not going to dwell on it, but JZ is supposed to open today. It's a China education stock. Haven't seen this one for a bit. Remember V? Oh, but it's halted on the way down. Remember when V was going crazy? V triple E went crazy a few days ago, got all the way up to 84. Hewlett Packard, is this an earnings play? Hewlett Packard is not an earnings play. It looks like they release next week. Week outlook. Okay, so yeah, so what they're doing is they're preconditioning the market to expect a weak with a weak outlook, so they don't release officially until the 30th. But there's HPQ dropping. Well, Fetch just wow, Fetch, what a move. Still moving, guys. Earnings play. So you look left on that daily chart and you start to see back in April starting to approach areas that it hit back in April. Again, this exemplifies the reason I don't like to trade in the pre or in the first 15. Look at that. Well, I'm sorry, that's the pre-market. That's 915. But look at the pop up here, 217, right back down to once. I mean, these are big percentage drops on these small ones. I mean, it's hard. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. All right, well, I guess I got to mention it. Bed Bath and Beyond trying to make a little bit of a move here. The high looking left is 1197, so it's got some room to the next high looking left. The memers have a hold of this. I don't know. Whoa, HPQ is just getting clobbered here. The next low looking left looks like it's 3205. So looks like there could be some support around that 32 level for HPQ. Not technically an earnings play, but I guess they're basically warning the market that our outlook is not great. Actually, I may be wrong here. I think this may be more of a reaction with Dell. That's the problem. I was looking at my headline news, but it's actually, and this is lumped in with the HPQ headlines. So it might be more HPQ might be dropping more because of what happened to Dell today in earnings. That's probably more because HPQ and Dell, Hewlett Packard and Dell are pretty similar. Look at this move down here now for HPQ. All right, Bed Bath and Beyond over 11 now, guys. So starting to get closer to that high. Well, still a dollar away to the next high looking left. Ooh, how ugly was that guy? Seriously, I mean, this print this chart out, the 15-minute chart out. Why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. Yes, I'll miss the ones like Fetch that keep moving, but in my experience, more things happen like PAGs. So you saw that one. It looked really good. In 1956, there's a $2 drop over a $2 drop. And it's not a crazy low float. I mean, it's 200 million in the float, so it's not like a crazy low float that you would think would be volatile like this. Okay, so this AKLI, well, I don't know. I mean, this is the one DNAA turned into AKLI on Monday, and basically a disaster. Went from 38 $40 down to 4. So I mean, An absolute disaster. Well, tall is trading. It looks like this one is kind of more trading on its own. TAL, more trading on its own compared to the rest of the China stocks. I mean, look at here's a big ETF for China. Look at that red bar. But TAL having nothing to do with that. I haven't looked at GME. I was bound and determined to be trading this GME. Every time it hit 40, I was going to buy it and then see if I could, get $2 or $3 out of it. But GME this is really bad. Well, bad. Let me just multiply that by. Calculator is stuck. Just give me a moment. What was the ratio? Was it 1 for 5 on that forward split for GME? Seems like it must have been 1 for 5. Was it only 1 for 4? Okay, because that's even worse. Brent, are you 100% sure it was 1 for 4? The reason I say that, I mean, that is $128, okay, pre, and when it did it, it was at 168, okay? It was 168, so, I mean, so the equivalent now is 128. Wow, okay? So since I mean everybody, people were so excited, those if you were a conspiracy theorist about all the shorts, the trillions and trillions and quadrillions of shorts that were really out there that we're going to eventually have to cover. This is what they were waiting for that forward split, but it's been a disaster. Well, okay, guys, I sort of dismissed this AKLI and now it's halted. By the way, guys, I think there is a new, somebody said there is a new, thank you. Okay, thanks, Brent. I'm just so surprised that it's so far now off that the split. I think it was 158. I want to say 156, 158 before they did the 1 for 4. So now you're looking at a 128 equivalent. Excuse me. I think there was somebody said, I think Harry, I think you said there was a new beta on our website. In which case, I think the new beta will have the halts. You'll see it right on the chart. Not that it's a big deal. So there's AKLI, guys. Okay, guys, DXLG. This is an interesting one. I think it had earnings yesterday. Big bottoming tail. It sat right on that 200-day moving average. It's above the 200-day moving average now, again. So when we look left, what do we see? 548. Just not enough room for me. I just look left and I just look and I see 548 is the next high. So something sitting at 523. I mean, if you could guarantee me if I bought it at 523 that it would get up to 548, fine. But so you're doing a fib on that, Sandy, right? Because what I'm seeing here right now on that halt for AKLI 533 and 547, 547. So 547 is the projected right now open. And again, that if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 9:48 plus a second if it is a 5-minute halt. So we still have a minute before it opens if it is a 5-minute halt. Betcha's still strong, guys. FTCH is still strong. I mean, hasn't pulled back really at all. FTCH still has a long way to go to that 200-day, like a long way. So that's not an issue. And let's take a look on the daily chart. So that looks like the next high is around 1233 or so. Okay, so AKLI opened. Wow. So it opened, it's a little more of a pop. Okay, guys, Domo. Ooh, no, it's not an all-time low yet. So Domo is an earnings play. It's gapping down now. Again, it's showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I think I've missed it. I think I've missed it. It's a bit of a bad spread though, also. DOMO is what I'm talking about, showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, 2211. But the spread is, well, it's tightening up a little bit, but I missed it. I couldn't get it where I wanted it. Whoa, Sumo guys. Sumo looks interesting. SUMO. Look at this now break over $2. It's an earnings play. Actually, it is an earnings play. Looking left, what do we see here? I think that's the next high looking left. I think it got right to it. 916. After that, the next high is that's 916 also. So the next high is 960. So there's a little bit of room if it clears this 916 to the 960 level. When I say that, I'm not saying it's getting to 960, but there is some room. Okay, and Sumo, SUMO. It is an earnings play. So let's see if it can take out that 916 level. But there is a lot of resistance, between around 960 to 970. Well, I wish Sumo had just a little bit more room. It looks really good. SUMO looks really good. I just wish it had a little bit more room. Well, let's see. Now, if it does stall, there's a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers anyway for Sumo, 1.5 million. Meanwhile, Major Domo is just getting, wow, there's almost $1 move from that alert. Just couldn't get it where I wanted it. All right, how's KWeb doing now? Are the China stocks still overall? Are they still pretty? No, look at that big red bar opening. That's that opening 15-minute candle for. So somebody was mentioning FUTU, probably looking the same, isn't it? Yep. Wild swings, guys. I mean, look at this. I mean, it got up to what, 51.36, and it get all the way down to 45. I mean, these are wild swings. Yeah, Frey is now, I have 3 or 4 thumbnail charts. Frey is one of them. FREY is one of them. This is the one that Goldman put a big buy recommendation on with I think, was it a $19 price target? I think it was 19 yesterday. I mean, definitely had an effect. Went from 10 up to 1250 or so. Nerve, the nerve. Look at this. So it's above yesterday's high now, guys. Nerve is above yesterday's high, which was 716, and then the high the day before was, of course, 860. So had the big day the day before, kind of a pause day yesterday. Let's see how well it holds over that high. And what's the volume like? Volume's good, obviously. Only 4.5 million in the float, so it will trade the float easily. Of course, 3 days ago, it traded 80 million shares on that day. HIPO. What sort of room does this have? Yeah, I just don't see it having enough room, guys. Again, if you hear, you hear me say that all the time. All I'm doing is I'm just looking left on a daily chart. Okay, so this stock right now is at $1.09. So when I look left, I see my dotted line. So I just have to move it up a little bit and see where that next high is. It's $1.14. It's only 6 cents away, and then $1.20. I mean, I wish, if all that weren't here, if the next highs were right around $1.40, it would be awesome. But I'm not saying it's not going to get through all this, but it just prevents me from taking the trade. No shorts available for me on that one, AKLI. All right, guys, FTCH just made another new high. And it's got the room now. It's kind of got the room now, guys. So, because take a look, next high is around 1245. But if it can, 1245 is, it's at 1217. That's sort of far enough away. But if it can ever keep going, then you've got all this. And it's going to be active all day. It's an earnings play. It's a big float, so it shouldn't be crazy volatile. Yeah, Frey is on the move. I'm not in it, but Frey is on the move. FREY. With that Goldman upgrade from yesterday, I'm pretty sure it was 19. Yeah, right here. So that was the upgrade yesterday. Neutral upgrade of the stock from neutral to buy with a $19 price target. It's an EV play, of course. That was yesterday's news regarding Goldman. You can see the reaction, that daily chart. Look at the daily candle yesterday. Big gap up. Now, again, when Goldman's saying, they've got a $19 price target, that doesn't mean it's getting to 19. All right, keep an eye on the nerve, I suppose, if it can hold 7. Stick an alert around 717. Well, here's a China stock that has not dropped like some of them. DQ. Okay, what did it open at, guys? JZ. It just opened. Yeah. Okay, forget about it. Insanity, guys. You were just saying, where's the next? Where's the JTC? The GTC? Here it is. It just opened. Yeah, I mean it's insanity right now. I mean it says AMT group behind it, AMTD group behind it. Okay, so I'm sure this is yeah, it just got halted. Just yeah, can't trade it. Am I moving the companies in the race? Are you talking about? Not sure I understand the question. Everything is automated, if that's what you mean. I'm not doing anything. I'm just letting it run. Every 4 minutes, there's a new race. So if you're asking, am I moving these up and down? No, no. This is all automated. So as a well, it doesn't matter where my cursor. Well, yeah, it's got nothing. This is all automated. I'm sharing this. I'm sharing this. Unbelievable, isn't it? Unbelievable. This Jay Z. I was hoping it might open. Believe it or not, I may have taken it at 25, 2025, but mm, well, I think if I okay, let me take a look at my. I mean, the suggested $5 to $7. Okay, $5 to $7. 5 million shares, $5 to $7. So, woo, big drop in the SPY, guys. Big drop in the SPY now. All right. Well, let's see where this could open just for fun. I mean, this is now just purely for entertainment purposes. It's untradeable right now. So 145, 145. Your 5 shares are looking good though. So is that who'd you get those from? Is it was that Webush or is that Robin Hood or Big O? Where'd you get those? All right, here's another one that just got halted, guys. APGN. APGN just got halted. Yeah, Sammy, I don't. You probably have to keep doing a refresh or something. I don't know. Well, you can't hear me though. Well, Domo continues down, guys. DOMO continues down. Boy, this was the short, guys. Boy, this was the short. Look at this. 2211 on my alert. I was trying to get it at 21. I think I was trying to get it at 2194 or so, and it just ran. Yeah, I mean, this could be and it's halted again. I mean, this could be the $2,500 stock again. Remember, I mean, this is the key thing is this AMT group, AMTD group behind it. And they're the ones that push that. I never remember the symbol, HKD. Is that the symbol? I never remember. I don't know why I don't remember it. Yeah, HKD. So they're the ones who pushed this HKD all the way up to $2,500. So that's why the JZ was of supreme interest to me, but needed a better price. I say I probably would have taken that anywhere between maybe 20 and 30 had it opened there. Pure spec, of course, but I just not going to risk a huge amount, but you don't need a huge amount. Fetch is right back up, guys. FTCH is right back up. It had to pull back all the way down to 1150, but it is right back up now. FTCH. Yeah, AMTD. Well, I should look at that. I mean, it got, it was moving a little bit like the HKD. There's the FTCH guys. Fetch. We seem to be having an issue here with the sound, and I don't know. We just we just contact the developer of the room. No, no, I know on the YouTube room it's fine. It's just in the main room. Just going to contact the developer or see if there's anything going on. All right, I just wrote to the developer of the room to see if there's something happening. I know its problem is it's intermittent. It's not everybody. And I don't know if it has anything to do with the DNS issue we have, because remember, this software program is nothing, this room here has got nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Other than having to go to our homepage and entering it from there, but it's not, it's a third-party developer, so. All right, guys, the AKLI now is bouncing a little bit here off that 5 level. Let's keep an eye on that one, see if it, I mean, because, traders are looking at this craziness that happened when it became AKLI, excuse me, on Monday. Boy, fetch guys, I mean, yeah, it had the pullback, but this is pretty strong. If you're in this one, the next level, what do we say? It's getting closer. Actually, 1242, 1245. So, I mean, it's clear. It looks like it's trying to clear that. Boy, the next level is 1366. I mean, when I say level, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 1366. So this still has room. Yeah, so the alternative is to go to YouTube. The problem is it's a little bit delayed on YouTube. YouTube, a little bit delayed. Not for YouTubers, they don't know that, but it's about an 8-second delay, I think. I shouldn't say a, yeah, well, I call it a delay. Yeah, I mean it's not hey guys, look at keep an eye on this fetch. I mean, if it maintains this 1240 level, I mean it's got a shot to that 1366. Boy, keep an eye on this AKLI, guys. I mean, it it's only because of what it did on Monday. Okay, now it crashed. Don't get me wrong, it crashed, but traders are looking at this high of 37, and in actual fact, it's more like a high of 50. Because because it was this was the SPAC that turned into AKLI, and that's what it did Friday afternoon after the market closed, got up to 48. Just can't. I mean, this PAGS can't touch it. I mean, it's just too erratic. For some reason, Neil. Oh, okay, I see why. It's just popping up on the scanner. But this is a buyout. It's supposed to be a buyout for NLSN. All right, just for entertainment purposes, Jay Z. Let's see what it's. So we got halted at 10:07. So this is going to be, well, if it's a 10-minute halt, it'll open in about 30 seconds. If it's a 10-minute halt, typically they're five, but if not five, multiples of five. So you can see where it got halted right there. 10:07, 39 seconds. So it is now 10:17 and 29 seconds. So if this is a 10-minute halt, it's going to open in less than 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. There we go. So it did open. 170 now. And could get halted immediately again. Oh well. All right, so the Sava trying to hold 30 again. More news about insider buying. FTCH, guys, it keeps making new highs. I mean, that 1360 could be the bit of the magnet now. It's making new highs. Other than that bottoming tail there, which was a big one. And it's an earnings play, so active all day long. Ah, okay. Okay, guys, so Sebastian, who's the originator of the room, the developer of the room, he's come in and he's not getting audio. So he's asked me to do something. I know some of you have audio, but he's asked me to do what's called, I'm just going to reset the audio bridge and see if that helps. So we'll probably have the audio disappearing. This is in the main room. No, I know YouTube is fine, okay? Oops. All right. So how about now, Sebastian? I've just done the audio bridge restart. How about now? It's interesting because it wasn't for everybody. It was just for a few. Okay, guys. So sounds like that was the cure. Just had to do something internally to the in the room. So hopefully all the audio issues now are solved. Thank you, Sebastian. Guys, FTCH. I know I'm going to keep saying it until it stops, until it starts moving down. FTCH again, your key level, the next level. Well, obviously 13. It is a that psychological number, or the whole number being psychological, in my opinion, anyway. And then after that, if it can take out 13, I mean, your next highs are 1366. So, oh, now look at Jay Z. Hilarious to say that, but look at Jay Z now. So we've got a halt at 152 and we've got projected opens around 120. So anyway, guys, I mean, it was just, again, entertainment purposes only, nothing we could do. Now, in theory, there are five others that are opening today, all cheap ones. So we'll have to see if they do open. Yeah, so Nerve did not hold seven, guys, so that's a bit of a bust right now. Peter MOH, it's a more expensive one. Yeah, that's yeah, I just don't trade. I don't trade this price of stock, but yeah, it had a nice pop this morning. Yeah, guys, not seeing a lot of continuation for these small ones, so I'd have to pay a little more attention to the large cap gainer. Excuse me, the large cap gainers. Boy, another choppy day. Wow. I mean, I'm just seeing some of these high flyers and then they're just giving it up. I mean, I like this, this DXLG. Interesting, except it's just got all this right around that 450, 540 to 550 mark. Just too much, in my opinion, for it to get through. Yeah, I think time to. I really haven't shorted that much over the last, well, really 3 or 4 weeks. But I think now, not just because of what's happening right now, but I'm just not seeing the continuation in a lot of these small cap stocks. So we go through. Here's NEOG, guys. NEOG. NEOG. It's just an earnings play. It's not an earnings play. It's been almost straight up. Lots of volume. 2.5 million. 5 times normal. 5.8 times normal. But another one coming into it, I consider a lot of resistance. So I mean, if you're looking to short something, look at the NEOG. NEOG. Look at all the potential resistance right around 2230 or so. So it's at 2204 right now. So just look at that daily chart. Don't see any specific reason for it being up. It's not an earnings play. It has earnings in September. The winner, yeah, so the winner of each race does get immediately listed, but only if it makes it into the top 10, okay? So so what happens is, so the question from our YouTube room is, does the winner of each race get listed immediately after the race end? Right now it will, right now, because there's only seven, okay? And eventually this will turn into a top 10 list. So let's just say for argument's sake, the 10th place had two wins. If something wins a race, but it's the first time, you won't see it, if that makes sense, because it can't crack the top 10. It hasn't cracked the top 10, if that makes sense. So right now, any stock that wins a race will show up until we get to that top 10. And then after that, a stock that wins a race, if it has won races before, then it'll just, like AKLI as an example. Okay. Ugh, no kidding. Wow. Ugly. Tough trading right now, guys. No, this race is not on my watch list channel. That's another race, I think, or is it? I don't even know what they've done. They sort of do things that don't tell me. Let me just see. Yeah, so this race is based on my on a watch list that I created. Okay, so I mean you can follow it. It's not the same race. It's not the same race because it's not the same. This is based on a watch list that I created. Doesn't mean you can't follow it, but boy, this is ugly, guys. This is really getting ugly. I mean, look at FREY. I mean, at the beginning, looked pretty good. I mean, look at this big topping tail now. I mean, this is the one that is Rob Barron. I'm sorry, that Goldman Sachs put a $19 price target on yesterday, so it had the big pop yesterday, moving higher, 1326, big drop. I mean, that's a big percentage move. If you're in this one up here, you've been stopped out if you have a proper stop. Now, if you're swinging it, okay, bit different. I don't know where you're going to put your stop. Maybe the low of yesterday, but I mean, it's tough. So I'm not going to force things. I mean, the only one I should be in right now is Domo on the short. That's the only stock I should be in. 2211, 2057. I just missed it. When I duplicate an alert window, it creates the window with all the fields in the first one. It appends. Well, let's see. Do I have any alert windows open? Okay, so let's see if I can duplicate what you're talking about. So here's an alert window. So you're saying I duplicate the window. Okay, so here it is. It appends the change from the closed percent and change from the closed dollar. Okay, so I only have change from percent. So I'm not quite sure I understand. I'm looking, I think I'm looking, well, I am looking. I don't see any differences in the columns. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you mean by appends. I think I know what append means, but I don't see what you're talking about. It seems to be in exactly the same order. So, oops. Remove the change from the close in the first one and then duplicate it? Okay, so, well, okay, this is my original one. Okay. Okay, so I removed the change from the close percent, and now I'll duplicate it. And I don't see it here, if that's what you meant. Yeah, I just know I don't see what you're talking about. I think what you meant was when if I deleted it and then I duplicated it, that somehow it would be still added back in. Is that what you meant? Hmm. Don't know what to say, real. Unless maybe the only thing I can suggest is that maybe yours is corrupted. That's the only thing I can think of. Maybe get rid of it completely, knowing what the filters are that you got, of course, and then try to recreate it, and then recreate it, and then see if it happens again. It's anything is possible. You asked about NEOG. I don't see any news on NEOG. No. Somebody asked about is there news on NEOG? I don't see any. So this is an alpha stock right here, guys. I mean, look what it's doing, not caring what the market's doing. I mean, the market is, been big candle at 10:15, big SPY candle, big red candle at 10:15, continuation so far. But look at NEOG, not, but I don't see any news on it. Meanwhile, yeah, OLB though, OLB is just surging here. Another one that doesn't care. Coming into the 200-day moving average. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It's the big red dot. They're not even saying we'll try to find shorts if you want. Oh, I think it's a one-time thing. Pete, my experience, I mean, I'd be shocked if HKD ever got up to $2,500 again. I'd be shocked. Understanding that there was absolutely zero reason for it to do that in the first place, other than just over exuberance. Okay, I mean, there's no reason for that to have happened. I don't know. In this case, so we don't even have, see, sometimes we don't have the halt. If it happens immediately, which it probably did, sometimes, the system doesn't pick it up. Okay, so so I don't know when it was halted. If you can tell me when it was halted, I can make an educated guess. Well, all right, guys. Well, let me go over my homepage a little bit and talk a little bit about the promo that we've got going on right now. Okay, as I'm biding my time. 10, 18, 23. Yeah, so I mean, typically there are multiples of five. So 10, 18. So if it's a multiple of five, then the next multiple would be 1038. But there's no guarantee. a moment here, but that wasn't that news refuted? The EA news you're talking about? So, I mean, listen, it might be true, Peter, but understand, you know, that it said on a report of a planned bid by Amazon before retreating after CNBC said the e-commerce giant was not considering a purchase. So, I mean, listen, it could be happening, but there's certainly no guarantee. There's somebody in our YouTube room saying, keep an eye on EA because Amazon's going to purchase them. All right, guys, I put my YouTube rate. Sorry, I'm just doing. No, you cannot receive alerts for the results of the race scanners. Okay, but understand how I use it anyway. Is it automatically constructs a top 10 list. Oh, email alerts? No, 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 not at all. Not at all. Be too many. First of all, you'd be getting you'd be getting alert after alert after alert if we could even do it. Okay, so I put my homepage link in, and if you click on it, you will see that we have a nice little promo on right now. So click on my homepage link, and you can see there is the promo code to use. First place 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, give you an idea about how much it costs. So we have 4 plans: annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So the annual premium is 2,000, less that 25%. Standard is 1,000, less the 25%. The big difference is the AI, which is not really doing too much today. Now, this is what I would do. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You have to look at the terms and conditions of a refund of an annual. You can't be 2 months into it and say, you know what, I don't like it anymore, or I'm not trading anymore. You're not going to get a refund. Okay. So you have to know you want the product. So here's my advice: start off with this monthly, either the standard 118, 228. You can take that 25% off that first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, there's nothing wrong with that. This is what you'll pay going forward. But if within 30 days of taking out a subscription, you decide, you know what, I'm sold, I want an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. I mean, the only reason people usually take on an annual is because they want to get the biggest, per month discount possible. Because, the 25% is based on the annual, taking it off the annual purchase price upfront. The monthly, you're only getting the 25% off the first month. Okay, so that's the reason, obviously, that people take out an annual. But you don't have to do that. Start off with the standard or the premium, take the 25% off that first month. And again, if you decide you want to take on an annual, do it within 30 days. You should probably know within 30 days, and then we'll honor the 25%. Okay. Okay, so I have a question in our. Okay, I don't agree. I don't auto trade at all. Okay, technology chapter, and I don't recommend it, but can't stop people from doing it if you want to try it. The only thing I can suggest is that, first of all, yes, you need our premium service if you want to auto trade anything, be it the AI or your own strategies. I would absolutely test it first in the simulator to see how that works. And in order to automate, you need an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. You cannot do it with TD Ameritrade. And the difference between premium and standard, no, it's you have access to the AI. Auto trading is something that I don't agree with it. I've said that from day one. I will never auto trade. I think it can get you in all sorts of problems. I know we offer it, but you've got to be really experienced. So, but that is not the difference. I mean, the main reason people want to have our premium service is to take a look at the AI. Okay, that's the main reason. So again, technology. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. If you want to practice auto trading, you can practice using our simulator. I'll go over that in a little bit. Just want to keep going on my homepage for a bit. So if you do take out a subscription, you must do this. You must do the let's get started, okay? It's a software program. There's a learning curve. I mean, the download, it goes over the download. Yeah, the Holly AI channel is only a premium service. Yes, they share. So it goes over the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, layout styles, etc. Take the 30 minutes to understand a little bit about trade ideas, okay? Now, I know we've been having issues with this. I do a stock of the, I call it the stock of the day video at noon Eastern. I know we've had some issues. People sign up and they're not getting them. So, but try it, keep trying it. I've asked them to try to fix this. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is a free service. Again, I don't know if this one actually triggered as TKL. Yeah, it may have triggered yesterday, but I think the way the email, when you get the email, I think if it doesn't trigger either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and by triggering, when you get the email, there's a suggested entry price, okay? And I don't think, it certainly did not trigger Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday that price. It may have triggered briefly yesterday, but I think if it doesn't trigger in the first 3 days, then it's considered a no trade. Now, it doesn't mean you can't trade it, but that's what the email usually states. But it's free and you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotionals folder. Education, big education section here. So take a look at the user guide. Now, don't get hung up on how big it is or all the information. All you really have to do to get started is you should have done already to getting started, but it's here also. At least you should know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and you should learn about the stock racing. Okay, a couple of nice videos here, lots of text that explains another video. Okay, lots and lots of information about the stock racing. Okay, really, really recommend that you take a look at that. So again, in that education section on my homepage, there is that Getting Started series again. Daily support session. So today is Friday. So we have a switch. Usually it's Andy in our YouTube room on Fridays, but they switch. So it'll be Steve today. Steve's the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about it. Okay. And because what happens is I take a break between 12 and 1, and then one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And again, today's Friday. Usually it's Andy, but today it'll be Steve. And from 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room, when I shut down the main room, Chris Varley takes over in our YouTube room, Monday to Friday, again between 3:30 and 4:30. And the webinars, they will start next week. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics if you're new to trading. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. He works for Trade Ideas. This is not third-party stuff. Okay, so I really recommend this also if you're new to trading. 36 short videos starting off with what is a stock. And last, my scans. So the scans that you can see, you can only really see the one scan, the race mode, okay? Right here. Ooh, okay, guys. So this PXMD opened and it got halted immediately. And the JFBR opened, and that's not a good one, okay? Because, well, good one right now, because you see the IPO potential price was between 5 and 7. Look where it opened at 3:30, and it's halted already. So underneath, so not a lot of enthusiasm. Whereas the PXMD, the open was, so to be could have been between 450 and 650. So it's a little bit above it. So it's a little more enthusiasm for this one. I'll have to watch this, see how it trades. So I am sharing other scans. So I do have another scan. This is, these are more volatile type stocks. If you're interested in something that's a little less volatile, these are the large cap gainers from the open. That's that one right here. So all I did was I took the scan that you can see, and I added a market cap of at least half a billion and also a float of at least 50 million. So you will see stocks here that are certainly you're not going to see big 10, 20, 30% moves, but they may be, a little more appealing to those of you who, can't handle the volatility. So I'm sharing that one also. And then the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown, I'm sharing this. This is the only other real scan that I have. That's not, excuse me, that's not a race. And this really looks for shorts. A lot of times what you see here, the 10-day daily breakout, you'll probably see it in my in the race. The single stock window. This is this window here. Now, these are just filters, okay? And this is what I like to see. But of course, these are just filters. So when I say that, if you right click, configure, I mean, you can create your own, here are the columns. These are just filters. And so you can add whatever columns you want. You don't like what I've got, but if you want exactly this, there it is. Then the pre-market, excuse me, let me get this up. Then the pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. You've seen me talk about the halts resumes. So, oops. It's over here. There's my halts resumes that I'm sharing. Now, notice that we have a little bit of a quirk with the halts resumes. Notice that JZ, PXMD, and JFBR all showed up. It's a bit of a quirk. And here's another one. So they're all coming out now, guys. ONFO, what did it open at? Give me a moment. See, the ONFO showed up also. Boy, they're all coming out now today. And see, not great because, I mean, the IPO price was around 450. So it's underneath. So not instant enthusiasm for it, if you see what I'm saying. But what I'm really trying to show you here is that 90% of the time, if it's something is an IPO, it's going to show up as a resume. Not all the time, but we're 4 for 4 today on these IPOs. And this is a warrant. This is the warrant. I also have a Momo scanner. So if you wanted to have an alert window, this is not a bad alert window, the Momo scanner. Zacks, bouncers, and toppers for those of you, and I would call this for more advanced traders. If you're looking to play bounces, stocks that have been beaten up and then bounce, or toppers, stocks that have maybe gone parabolic and look like they're going to, and you try to short them. Well, this is more advanced. And then another one that's, just really basic, showing stocks making new highs and lows. Okay. So here are a few scanners that I've got, but I really just concentrate on this one, the biggest scanners from the open, and the other one now, the large cap gainers, especially if we start seeing, with these ones, there's not a lot of follow through. So my advice, save my link, then you can look at everything whenever you want. The education section, my scans, okay? Save my link. Yes, Derek. If you start out with a standard subscription, you want to upgrade to premium. Okay, Rucker, I'm not 100% sure I understand your question. We link We link with many brokers, okay? Linking meaning this. If you click on tools and external linking, and you just follow, you add a link and then you follow the instructions while keeping this window open, mouse over the target window, et cetera, et cetera. And we link with many brokers, including interactive brokers, of course, E-Trade and all that. Linking meaning that when I click on an alert, when I click on any symbol, anytime I click on a symbol, for me, it's going to load into my order entry into interactive brokers. Okay. And from there, I can trade it. That's what external linking is all about. Now, Brokerage Plus takes it one step further if you want. And let me just put that link in. What link are you talking about, Sid? My homepage link? Just here it is. Just click on it and there it is. Put it underneath. Okay, there it is. Barry's homepage. Okay, just click on it and now you got it. Okay, so I just put in the Brokerage Plus link. So there are two videos in that Brokerage Plus link. There's a short video that shows if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window in the upper left-hand corner that I display. We call it Brokerage Plus, how you can use it to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Part of the standard service, okay? The only time you would need the premium if you want to auto trade. And again, you've heard my comments about auto trading. I'm not going to dwell on it too much. I just don't believe in it. But all you need is our standard service. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account and you want to trade using this window from within Trade Ideas, you can. If you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to do it. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus. I don't. I mean, I trade from within IB because the way I like to show this is as a simulator, and that's sort of the next stage, or my next explanation. Because in that Brokerage Plus link, there are two videos, as I said. The short one shows how, again, IB account, E-Trade account, how you can connect to it. The other video is a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. I like to demonstrate its use as a simulator. Okay, simulator. If you are new to trading, or even if you're not new, but you want to maybe practice with some kind of a strategy that you think you've created, and you want to see how well it works, use a simulator. You don't need the AI for trading manually through Trade Desk. You don't need the AI. No, the AI is, if you want to trade what we say manually by linking to your broker and you click on an alert and it shows up, the AI has got nothing to do with that. AI it's on its own. It only shows you, it might give you five or seven potential trades in the day, but everything else is nothing to do with the AI. So manually trading. So I mean, first of all, I just want to start from scratch here because this is what you would see. So in order to have the Brokerage Plus window, you click on New, and then you'll see Brokerage Plus at the top. Click on it, and it'll load. You may have different columns from me, but this is in essence what you'll see. Now, the other thing I should mention is that the Racing and Brokerage Plus is not available for using the web-based version, okay? Sorry about that. It's not available. Now, in order to use it as a simulator, you just click on Sim, because it'll start off by saying not connected. You click on Sim, and then you click on Account, where it says Account right beside the Ask, and then you click on Simulated Trading Default. Now you're in our simulator, and our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker to use it. And I say it like that because sometimes you might want to practice trading first, but you don't have a broker. You haven't decided who your broker is going to be. No problem. You can practice trading using our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. You know, you just click on a symbol. The symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. Now, what we've also done though is we've assigned, I hate to call it a strategy, but we have assigned something to the buy button. So when you click on the buy button, what'll happen is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at wherever you want it to buy it. So, and I say it like that because sometimes you might want to say, okay, I want to buy OLB if it pulls back down to 156, as an example, or I want to buy it if it, takes out the high of the day. Of course, I could buy it right at the current price if I want. So I want to show you how that works. And so if I click the buy button, crosshairs will appear. So let's do it this way. Let's take the trade if it pulls back to 159. So I position my pointer. See that dotted line will appear. Then I left click and a blue line will appear on the chart. So it'll take the trade at 159. Now it automatically puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay. Now what I would do is I would adjust that. You can move it to wherever you want, where it makes more sense, maybe. Okay. But all we're really trying to do with this buy button is to, oops, why did it not hold there? So all we're trying to do with that buy button is to make it easy for you when you're starting out. We're not saying this is a strategy you should use, but just get used to, trying stuff without having to, create a strategy, assign the strategy to the buy button, etc. When you're all starting out, this is all maybe very bewildering, complicated, etc. So we tried to say, okay, let's just create a little strategy for the buy button. So, so you can practice trading right from the beginning. All right, guys, I'm just going to want to take a trade, just put it in the simulator, see if I can find something that might be interesting. Yeah, so the PXMD actually was pretty good. I mean, it's too bad I was doing my little dissertation because this is one, I don't know how quickly it was halted. This is one I probably would have taken because it was above the IPO price. So there was a little bit of, I don't know how quickly it was halted though. That's the problem sometimes, they open and they halt immediately. Because this has the potential now for a 10 open, PXMD. Shoot, it was. Oh well, that it just unfortunately it hit just when I was doing my spiel, which I have to do, guys. I have to promote trade ideas about 2 or 3 times a day. This is a free room, but you have to put up with me talking about trade ideas and taking out subscriptions and things like that. Depends on the tech question, Rucker. I mean, I can maybe help. I mean, I didn't quite understand using external linking by day end. External linking is, I wouldn't, if that's your question. External linking is just, again, it's a time saver. If that, it's a time saver because again, we link with many platforms, many brokerage platforms, so it's a time saver. So for instance, when I click on a symbol, instead of my having to type the symbol in, I look at the chart and I say, I wouldn't mind maybe taking this trade. I don't have to type it into my order entry in Interactive Brokers or most other brokerages. So it's a big time saver. Okay. Does that clear that up? I'm not sure what else I'm not sure what you mean exactly. External linking, from tools, external linking. So we link with many brokerage platforms, including interactive brokers. Okay. But if you wanted to use this brokerage plus window, you would have to have an interactive brokers or an E-Trade account. And then that short video that I put in shows how you connect, with you click on live. So who is your listed broker, Rucker? Who is the broker? Okay, so this window, of course, cannot be used for Fidelity. So that's got to be your broker. Okay, that's got nothing to do with trade ideas. But the external linking window, I mean, I'm assuming that we do link with Fidelity. Excuse me. I think there are people that use Fidelity here. Yeah. Okay. So anybody use Fidelity and are linking? Okay, Pepe. So you use Fidelity. Any problem with the linking? Because, Rucker, if it's within your broker platform, of course, there's nothing we can do about it. But if you can establish the link between Trade Ideas and Fidelity, when you click on the symbol, I mean, yeah, it should just load into your order entry, and that's it. Then you can trade it from there. I mean, you can send something to our tech support, but if they're going to say more than likely, yeah, nerve is nuts. Gun it. I wanted. I mean, they're going to say it's from within. Okay, so what you're saying is if you have a top list, do you have it on surf mode? Do you have it? Can you check from the toolbar? Does it say idea surfing paused, or does it say currently idea surfing? Can you see where I'm pointing in the toolbar, right beside the sound icon? This is a toggle. Idea surfing will yeah, it'll surf through your top list windows one after another. So it goes through all your top list windows that you have. So I don't know, I it must be on another one, right? Well, yeah, so it's on something right now. I don't know which one it's on, but so just let me know, okay? It is a currently idea surfing because that might be it. Because yeah, that'll automatically. Though I don't think it. I don't think it does for interactive brokers. I don't think it changes because I think I have to click on it. If it says paused, that's the only reason why a topless window, it'll go through. I don't even know what topless window it's on. But that is the only typical reason why, it'll cycle through a topless window. It'll take the top three, then it'll move to your next topless window, your next topless window, et cetera, et cetera. And it's always in a rotation. It'll keep rotating until you tell it to stop. So let's see if that's the reason, okay? Okay, let's see if that's the reason. If you're still getting, a change in your order entry and fidelity because it's going through the, because it's loading, it just shouldn't be doing that. But then I'm going to have to send you to tech support if it's doing that. Yeah. So again, fish here. So surfing, sort of an interesting idea. I don't use it ever, but I mean, surfing is sort of an interesting idea. So again, it'll take all the top list windows that you have, plus your price alerts window. And when you put it on surf mode, it'll just cycle through all of them. It'll take the top three in the list as you have them sorted. Okay. The only issue I have is that with our new top lists now, they seem to update they're updating not every 30 seconds anymore. So I don't know how surfing affects that. In fact, I'm going to ask that question right now. Because before, I mean, our top lists now are now updating, in seconds, as opposed to the old way the top lists were running is that they would update every 30 seconds. And so the surfing made sense then. But now, I mean, you can have juggling at the top going on all the time. So I have no idea how that is being affected. But I've asked the question and we'll see what the answer is. Okay, guys, let's talk a little bit about the racing, okay? So the first thing though is if you go to my homepage, go to the user guide, and then click on that section about TI stock racing. So you have an understanding about what it's all about. I mean, I'll explain a little bit, but I'm not, you're going to have to read that. And there are about 3 or 4 videos there, really good explanation about what it's all about. So this is a top list window. And before we had racing, the whole idea of a topless window, and you see how it's moving. You see how things are moving now. Before it would, things would update every 30 seconds. So I don't know how racing really is affected now, to be honest, or not racing, but surfing. Anyway, the reason for a topless window was if I wanted to see any one of these headers that I got, and let me get the English. So this is the change from the close percent header. Okay, this is the relative volume header, change from the open, etc. Any one of these headers you can sort on. If I double left click rapidly on a header, I can sort on it. So in other words, this is telling me that MFGP is up the most, 93% from the close yesterday. This is a buyout. OLB, etc., all the way down, okay? If I sort on the change from the open, it's telling me OLB is up 32% from the open. I didn't even think we could link with Weibo look left. Anyway, so that's all well and good. That's telling me that OLB is up the most from the open at 37%. AKLI is 20%. Again, all well and good, but how am I going to use this information to trade? Well, pretty tough. I mean, I could maybe stare at OLB and see if that 36.4 starts to move. It just moved to 36.8. Maybe it moves to 38. Maybe it moves to 40. Fine. But that's crazy. I mean, how, you can spend all day staring at a somewhat static group of numbers to see if anything is changing. And that's where the racing comes in. So what happens is I'm running 4-minute races. Now it's up to you. You can run 3-minute races, you can run 10-minute races, 5-minute races. I chose 4-minute races. You don't have to do the same thing. So every 4 minutes, our race will start. So what does that really mean? It means that every stock starts off the same position, right at the starting line, and whatever is moving the most from when the race started, you will see it as it starts moving up and up and up, to the top of the leaderboard. So why is that important? Well, OLB could be moving. Okay, I'm not saying that OLB, I mean, it's actually moving a little bit, only 3 cents though, okay? It's only 3 cents. But OLB could be moving, but what if this VTEX way down here, or SHCR at 2.4, okay? It's up 2.4% from the open. No big deal, right? But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, now it's at 5%. Since when the race started, it was at 2.2. Now it's at 5. Now it's at 10. Now it's at 15. Well, you'd never know that. I mean, it's a big list of stocks. You would never, ever know that. The race takes care of that. You will see the stocks that are moving the most relative to all the other stocks. You will see that one that is moving without having to try to stare at a list to find it. Okay. So that's number one. Now, it doesn't mean that just because something is moving higher, that you just when you click on it, that you just take the trade. You still have to, well, this NCPL is really interesting though, because look left, the next high is what, 1122? Is that right? So, I mean, this is somewhat interesting. It's only 310,000 shares, very low float, 1.2 million in the float. But what the beauty of this is that it gets you to focus on one scan, okay? Instead of trying to create all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows, etc., and you're clicking like mad on all the different scans that you create, and you get nothing done. So this will get you to focus on one scan. Now, I'm not saying this is the be all and the end all. This is what I like to see, but again, it's generated from a top list. Okay, so you can create your own top list, and you see when you right click, it says launch real-time stock race. So, I mean, this is what I want to see. It's not necessarily what you want to see. You might have a different price range that you like. This is 1 in 50, minimum of 200,000 shares. It's up 2% from the close. Maybe you want to add a relative volume in. Maybe you want to add some other filter. Maybe you want a different price range. Okay, on and on and on. So, but this is what I like to see. The other race that I'm sharing, though, is the large cap gainers from the open. And it's in essence the same, except very short list today because look at the market. $500 million in the market cap, 50 million minimum float. So you're not going to see, the incredibly volatile stocks that you're going to see here. That may be more what you like to see. So I'm sharing this one also on my homepage. So I'm not sure I understand your question, Fashir. So okay, let me continue here. So it gets you to focus on one scan. Again, it doesn't mean that just because something is winning a race that you pile into the trade right away. I mean, you have to. I mean, this is really interesting because of the how much room it's got. But almost as important is you notice there's a top 10 list that is automatically created. What does this mean? So when you look at OLB and you see a six beside it, what that means is that OLB won six races today and AKLI won five races today. Now, you might say, well, okay, that's great. This is, but you can even look at some of the ones that, only won, say, two races. Or look at this TKLF, only won one race. It's in the ninth position. Click on it, see what it's doing. It's possible that when you click on it, that it's just maybe there's a consolidation that's happening. It's possible. Okay, we don't know until you click on it. So, just because you miss that early move, maybe you put a price alert at a lower level where you want it to maybe come back to, take the trade there. Maybe it's consolidating. I mean, we don't know until we click on the alert. So what I'm really trying to say though is that this creates an automatic watch list for you that you can watch all day long. And so I look at CHG. So you look at this. I mean, little bit of consolidation here. You can sort of see, well, maybe if it takes out three, maybe it gets going again. Look at the room it's got. Things like that. Practice in the simulator. Take the trade. See how it works. Okay, gets you to focus. So it creates a sort of a, well, not a top. It's a top 10 list for you automatically. And again, if you don't like this, if you'd rather have something a little more calmer, I'm not saying these are, I mean, fetch has not been what I call calm because it's been up and down a little bit. But you see what I'm saying is that now this is large caps. In theory, you shouldn't have quite the volatility. So if that's more your style, again, a top 10 list has been created. Click on click on Frey. And we know this has got some news behind it. I mean, this is just, it's a tough trading day today, guys. Especially well, it's tough to go long. I mean, it's probably easy to go short right now. But I mean, look at this. Look at this market right now. So if you've been trying to go long all day, even though we always say that these sort of stocks typically do not care too much about what the overall market's doing. They're trying to trading on their own because they're more they're lower float stocks. I don't put a filter to only see lower float stocks. It's just that for stocks to give you big percentage moves, typically they're going to be lower floats. Well, the top stock. Okay, so yeah, I mean it's going to automatically be sorted. I think the question in our YouTube room. So if OLB for whatever reason won another race, okay, then you'll see a seven beside it. If NCPL wins another race, you'll see a three beside it. So it automatically adjusts. So at the end of the day, at 4 o'clock, once this market is closed, so in theory, you could take a look at, say, the top two or three and look at them and say, this could have continuation tomorrow. Tomorrow being Monday, of course. We don't know that for sure, but this forms a watch list of stocks that you could probably watch the next day. Well, it's the percentage, Fashir, the percent. I mean, the percent is telling you how much it's moved since the race started. So AKLI, since the race started 2 minutes and 20 seconds ago, has now moved 4%. Okay, so the one that has moved the most percentage wise, you'll always see it at the top. Now, if AKLI all of a sudden has a big pullback, it'll drop. Okay, but as we speak, this AKLI is having a nice move. Okay, nice. You can see it right there. Like just like any other race, just like any other race, Real and I could do the 100. I'm gonna say 100 yard dash, the 100 meter. and I could be ahead, and then he could be ahead, then I could be ahead, then he could be ahead. Okay, I mean, so it's always jockeying for position on the leaderboard. So as a stock, if for some reason Nerve gets a big pop, it'll move ahead of AKLI. Okay, does that make sense? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So you've got the percent, then you've actually got the dollar amount that it's moved since the race started. And what can happen is that, especially later on in the day, you can see something that all of a sudden it's not on the top 10 list. You may not have seen it ever because you can see some good looking stocks. The problem is sometimes if they don't win a race, you're not going to see them in this top 10 list. But you can see some stocks that are, that you can recognize that have been in the race, just never won, that all of a sudden out of nowhere you'll see something that you haven't seen all day, and it's up 10, 20%. You click on it, all of a sudden you'll see tons of volume or something. Well, the longest bar should never be on the bottom. I mean, it may start that way, but it'll, as it'll move up. Okay, just keep an eye on it. Okay, I mean, if something is moving up, just click on it. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top. Yeah, well, my idea, well, we can't do it. We can't have the second place winners. Okay? This is only going to show the winners. But my idea has been to have the top three. So in other words, I want to see the stocks that finished in the top three the most. Because in theory, you could have a stock that finishes second 20 times in a row. Okay, in theory, and you'll never see it in the list. Keep an eye on that risky one, guys, that NCPL. I mean, this has got, the only reason I'm sort of somewhat fixated on it is because of the room it's got. Um, Miscellaneous financial investment activities, okay? It's a pretty old company, 1984, but I mean, just look at the room it's got. It's starting to crawl off the bottom here. I don't know what happened here, but and notice a bit. You can sometimes you're going to see a stock and it's moving higher, and then all of a sudden, if it pulls back, you'll see it kind of a red flame. Okay, that means it's had a pullback. I mean, it was moving higher and then it pulls back. You'll see a big red flame. Okay, so let's say I wanted to take this trade right now for OLB. I'm going to click the buy button. I'm going to drop it right on the price. Okay, so it took the trade right here, okay? Now, see how many shares it took. And that's because it had a stop at the low of the day. which is, crazy. I mean, again, we're just trying to automate it a little bit better for you so that you don't have to create your own strategy and do all that. So we created I don't want to call it a strategy, a scenario in which you buy $5,000 worth and you put the stop at the low of the day. Okay, now at this point, of course, I can move my stop up. And you see how the stop price is now 160. And so the most I can lose now if I obey my stop is $300. Okay, so Cody, I don't know why you'd want to sort an alert window. Well, first of all, well, it shouldn't be sorted on price. It should be sorted on time. You should see the last alert the last alert you should see in the top. Are you talking about a topless window or an alert window? Price, it's not sorted on price. Okay, I mean, it'd be crazy to sort on price. I mean, the function of an alert window, of course, is to show you the latest alert right at the top. So it is not sorted on price. Unless you've got some, unless if you click on, if you right click on your alert window, okay, just let me know if this is what you're seeing. Left click on your alert window, go to properties, and then go to view mode. If you should, I mean, the default is newest first. Okay, that is the default. Now, you may have it group and sort by, which is different, but that is certainly not the default. Okay, are you following? So here's your alert window. Right click, go to properties, and go to view mode. The default is newest first, which makes sense. That's why you want to have an alert window. You want to see the latest alert. It's not sorted on price unless you do something called group and sort by. Okay, in which case I would uncheck that, forget about that, and just click newest first. Okay, yeah, so just click newest first. That's how you want to see an alert window typically. You want to see the last one, the last alert right at the top. Okay? Wow, nerve. The nerve. 856 was the high a couple of days ago. All right, guys, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break and I want to just, I know it's going to be Steve. Well, it should be Steve today. Just make sure, though, he's going to be there in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Just a minute, please. Okay, so easy, Steve. This room is like this all the time, okay? This was not set up specifically for the test drive. So when I say all the time, so between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m., Monday to Friday, this room is like this. 12 to 1 in our YouTube room, Monday to Friday. When I take my break, you can listen to one of the other traders. There's a different 5 traders, 5 days of the week. And then from 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room, when I shut down the main room, Chris Varley is there Monday to Friday. And that's all the time. It was not set up specifically for the test drive. Yeah, yeah. It's that's really the purpose of the break, just to get me off the mic for a bit. It's not really a break, but it gives my throat a bit of a rest. Now, as far as a learning channel with the strategies, I mean, no, I mean there's what we really are. I mean, as the company, the big push is for the races, guys. They are going to be improved more and more. I've seen, I know I've said this before, but I've seen sort of prototypes of what they're going to start looking like. A lot more smooth. We're changing. We're changing. The Trade Ideas program itself will be changed dramatically, hopefully by the end of the year. And I don't mean the features and functions and all. I'm talking about literally the architecture, and that's going to allow us to do more. And but one of the things that you see how it's kind of herky jerky as things are moving up. You mean what I saw was, I mean, there's just a very very speedy transition, things moving up and down, very very way more. It's more appealing to the eye and other things. It's not just that. But as far as, I mean, we do have, yeah, if you go to our channel bar, didn't really go over this, but if you go to our channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. There's nothing that's going to say, well, here's how you trade these strategies. Okay. I mean, that's why we always say, though, we have our simulator, practice trading. I know people don't want to hear this, but you should probably practice for at least 3 months before you commit money to the market. I know people don't want to hear that. So anyway, this is the explosive winners channel, okay? And this race right here is, they call it relative strength leaders from the open percent. That race right there is in essence the same as this race. All I did was I took this and I increased the minimum volume. I put a different price range. In other words, I customized it to what I wanted to see. Okay, but in essence, that's it. So if you wanted this race, you didn't want my race, you wanted this race, you right click, because what you have to do is you have to take it out of the layout. And so you right click and you duplicate it into a free floating window. And now here it is, free floating. Now you can right click and save or share to cloud. Okay, save it. Now it's in your cloud. So you can go to another channel. This is a very popular channel also, momentum channel. So here is a momentum. Wow, look at nerve. So in order to see my scans also, in order to see what a scan is looking for, you just right click on the scan, click on configure, and then click summary, and you'll see what it's looking for. These are the filters. So if a stock is between 1 and 50, etc., all these filters have to be met. If the stock meets all these filter requirements and it makes a new high for the day, you see the real-time alert. Okay, that is what we're really, really good at, creating these real-time alerts based on conditions that you set up. So if you like this scan the way it is, you do the same thing. You right click, duplicate into a free floating window, basically taking it out of the layout. So it is now free floating. Whoops. Just give me a moment. I want to just exit out of here. Okay, so now it's a free floating window. And so you can do the same thing, right click, save or share to cloud, save it. Or you could look at it and say, you know what, I like it, but I want to make a couple of changes. So, right click, configure, you click on that summary, you see what it's looking for. And understand, I am not trying to teach you trade ideas right here. I'm just giving you a little overview. Okay, that's why the guide is there. Alert windows and top list windows and the stock racing. So now I could say, okay, I like the concept, but I want it between 10 and 100. Okay, instead of 1 and 50. Click on that summary. You see how it's changed now? Now you can say, okay, and now you can save it to the cloud. So it's really just trying to say that if you like the scan exactly the way it is, great, or you can make a change and then save it. And then you can file load from cloud. And if you've saved them to the cloud, you'll see them. You've done this with, you haven't done very many, you'll see right at the top. So you highlight it, load, file load from cloud again, highlight, load. Then you can create your own layout without having to know how to build a scan in the first place, from scratch anyway, okay? Yeah, you don't have to worry. Upgrading to the beta, upgrading to all your different, when we come up with different versions of the program, all your work is still there. I would always say this though, save everything to the cloud, okay? Now I've been upgrading. I've been a subscriber since 2010. Every time there's a beta, I always upgrade to the latest beta. I have never lost anything ever. Okay, so that's what, 12 years. But I always save everything to the cloud. And when I say everything, I mean everything. So if I create a layout, I'll save it to the cloud. If I create a scan, I save it to the cloud. Individual scans, okay? I guess just in case. And one of the reasons now, if you're on this test drive, everything if you've created your own scans, and of course you can create your own scans if you want. Just quickly go over that. So if I right click on this alert window and now I click on search, you're going to see that we've got a lot of real-time alerts. Okay, these icons, these are the real-time alert icons, all sorts of them. And these are the filters that we got, a lot of different filters. Okay, so don't get hung up on how many we've got. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people probably did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough alerts and filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, with all the different trading styles there are. You don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. I hardly know any of them. I have a few that I use and that's it. Okay. So if you're part of this test drive and you did though, you decided I wouldn't mind creating a scan and you did, make sure you save it to the cloud. If you created a layout, make sure you saved it to the cloud, because if at some point you decide you want to take out a subscription, if you next week, if you want to take out a subscription, or next month or next year or 5 years from now, as long as you use the same email address that you used to sign up for the test drive, all your work will be there in the cloud. Okay. And of course, another reason for saving everything to the cloud is that you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, but you can have it on as many devices as you want. So I've got, obviously I'm working on a desktop. I've got a laptop. I have a couple of tablets. So on my laptop, all I had to do was download the program itself. So once I've got the program loaded, then I just file load from cloud, and I can load my layout, or I can load whatever I want. So make sure save, everything to the cloud. And of course, another huge reason is if something happens to one of your devices, it's a pain, but you just buy a new device and you can just load everything from the cloud. Download the program, and then you can load everything from the cloud. All right, guys. So let's take this out. Let's take this trade out. Okay, I want to show you. I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay, the OLB. I'm going to flatten it, and that's a hotkey that we have. Okay, so on that trade, made $527. The max I could have made if I got out right at the high was 645. Okay, but I just wanted to show you that these are hotkeys that you can use. So flatten gets you out of a trade, half gets you out of half your position, or you can double your position. You could, of course, have gone down to the share box, okay, and got out and picked how many shares you wanted to trade and the price. But these are just some very quick hotkeys for you. Now, I like to have this distance from the exit price because this can show me, well, how good was my exit? So, if you went long something, of course, what you'd love to see is a big negative number because that means, okay, I got out and now look at it, it's way below where I got out, as opposed to a big positive number. Now, you're never going to get out at the high. I shouldn't say never, but it's unlikely, you're going to get absolutely at the top penny. But this can give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. Yeah, that NCPL. Look at the float, though. I mean, that's that float. That's why I'm saying, this looked really interesting. I still think it might be interesting. Maybe next week. I don't know. I mean, because of the gap, the potential gap to fill. And we have more halts. PXMD. See, now this is not a good IPO. Not really. I mean, yeah, maybe a trade in it, but I mean, so the IPOs so far this week have not been that great in terms of the enthusiasm. And look at the JZ now. Oh man. All right. Let's see, make sure it is Steve. Oh man. Okay, yeah, it'll be Steve. It will be Steve. So what time is it now? 11:46. So yeah, before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve talk for an hour if you want. And again, he's the originator of the trades of the week. And he's also a huge proponent, and you'll probably hear him talk about this a lot. The blue line on my 15-minute chart is the 10 SMA. So he's a big proponent. So for instance, if he were looking at nerve, well, you can see what it did earlier. See how it kind of didn't break down through that 10 SMA, but he would be looking at this and saying, he would not be taking this trade right now and chasing it. He would wait to see if it could pull back to that 10 SMA and then maybe take the trade from there and see how it reacts at the 10 SMA. Okay. So you'll probably hear him talk about that a lot. Well, you know what? I mean, the longer this nerve holds five or eight, sorry, eight, not five. It's got that high to contend with of a few days ago, 2 days ago, I guess. And if it could take that out, I mean, where could it go? I'd have to back out that daily chart quite a bit before we start to see the next highs. We'll go back to November of last year before we start to see those highs. All right, guys. Well, nerve is boy, it's trying. I mean, it's almost at the high now. It's at the new high for the day for nerve. Excuse me. I mean, there's a little bit of the attraction is right there at 858. Okay, the high of 2 days ago. Not saying it's going to get there. And again, it's a low float situation, 4.5 million in the float. So I mean, that's just you got to be careful. But it's winning a race again. It's at the high. Give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, it's getting close. So what I'm going to do is just put the YouTube link in now. And if you want to head over, Steve is not there yet, but you want to head over there at around noon. Steve will be there for an hour. All right, moment of truth right now. I think for the nerve guys, if it get back into the 30s and 40s, maybe challenge that 60, and who knows after that. Can't really remember what the news was about for nerve or not th, but nerve. Can't remember really what happened here. Phase 3 study, but that was back in OLB just made another, briefly anyway, made another new high. News on this one, this OLB. Seen this one in the, oh, so this is, so it's sort of a crypto play, cryptocurrency mining and fintech services segment, sort of a crypto play. I have no idea what crypto is doing today. BITO, let's take a look. So crypto is not on fire. So I don't know what OLB is doing or why it's doing it. Can't see any, I can't see any news on it. They had earnings on the 15th. All right, guys, nerve. It's trying. Yeah, I'm not on the break yet. I just want to get the announcement in. Sometimes I forget to put it in. So knowledgeable on warrants. I don't think I've ever mentioned anybody being knowledgeable on warrants. Coffee. Certainly not Steve. I mean, he may be knowledgeable. I mean, if you want to find out about a warrants, just look it up. Go to Investopedia or something like that. Okay. And you have a full explanation about what warrants are all about. But I've certainly not mentioned Steve specifically. I mean, I'm sure he knows about warrants, but I have not mentioned Steve specifically about a person being knowledgeable about, but you can be just as knowledgeable by going to Investopedia. Here you go. I just went to Investopedia, but there you go. Is what you're going to see. Understanding warrants and call options, okay? You are right, Mr. Dak. I didn't even see that. There's that 200-day moving average at 201. Yes. So yeah, amazing, isn't it? Nerve is just really trying. Let's take a look at OLB again. What did it actually get to? Yeah, 204. So yeah, 201. So as Real always says, it's the area of the 200-day, and it got right to that area and stopped. And there he is. Mr. Steve is there. Let me just put my music on mute so I can hear you, Steve. Mr. Steve. Okay, guys, Steve is there. I don't know.
Hello.
Got the site on mute.
Hello.
Hello.
I always forget
Hello.
to add the audio. I just think that when you hear me come in, you can hear me. I have to add the audio.
Yeah, all I can hear is
Derp.
that little ping, knowing somebody has come in.
Yep. So happy
Oh,
Friday. It's been a
happy
long week.
Friday. Oh, gosh. I've probably done more talking the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, even normal test drives, it's not so much that the questions are complicated. It's just,
The
ongoing,
volume.
which is okay. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Well,
But
I don't
I
know how you
do.
do it because I've been there and I've done what you've done, and I was exhausted after a few hours each day.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not, but
We didn't go all day like you did, so that's incredible.
all right. Nerve,
Nerve. Yeah. The
nerve, nerve,
nerve.
nerve. Okay, Steve, I'll let you go. Okay, and
The
I'll show up
nerve.
at about 5 minutes too.
Wow. Yep. Sounds good.
Okay, my friend.
See ya. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm going to I'll use my YouTube chat. Hello, Mike C. So, what do we have today? We've got something very interesting, and I've got some thoughts on it, of course. Um, I basically started clearing the decks of all my swing trades, except for two core holdings I'm going to keep. And I don't like what's happening here. And let me just kind of explain what I think is happening. We'll look at the Qs and the S&P, but the market got happy down here thinking that that was it and that the Fed was going to blink and that they were going to pivot and everything was going to be okay in terms of stock prices and asset value going back up. But the tea leaves, right? The footprints in the sand are what I care about, not what people say, not what people think. This is all I need to know. So we bounced, we rolled over, and then we held this level, and we bounced right up into what I call the armpit. The armpit is a weak technical roadblock for longs. We've got the rising 10 curling over. We've got the 20 flattening out. There's probably going to be a cross there. But this area right here is probably one of the most formidable areas of resistance you'll ever see in a stock chart, especially in the indexes. We are now back under. Okay, this was all well and good. We were above the 10 SMA. We were holding it, broke it, trying to build a base. But the attempt to come back up and push through was perfectly stymied right at the declining moving averages there. I call that the armpit. So you can kind of see why I would call that the armpit. I had a few positions today, and I'm watching, and yesterday had a strong close, but I knew Powell was going to be speaking at 10, and it didn't take much. He basically continues to speak hawkishly, you know, citing old historical names such as Volcker and uh, Greenspan, who were inflation hawks. So the market did not get what they thought they were going to get. They got pretty much stymied by Jerome here this morning, letting them know that we're not pivoting on inflation, not yet anyway. So that's what we have going into a weekend. So I cleared the decks on a lot of stuff. Not looking for any new positions. I feel like I missed the boat. My computer was crashing this morning. I was thinking about maybe buying an ETF like SQQQ, but just I didn't have the wherewithal or the ability to do it in a timely fashion, and I didn't want to chase. If we look at the SPY, we've got the same thing. There's that ugly. Matter of fact, I mean, my gosh, this is why I use these ETFs. Why I use these moving averages, excuse me. Let's just go back here. The 20 came into play as resistance. This was a mess here. We broke through the 50. This was huge. Then we came back and tested it. This was double huge right there. That was putting a technical stamp on this market saying, hey, we might be able to build a base from here. So all this time, we were talking about Powell getting dovish and reversing and pivoting. Well, I'm not surprised at all that the 200-day moving average literally stopped the SPYs in their tracks. Let's look at the Qs too. Qs never even got that high. Yeah, they never even got that high. So S&P, energy, tech, finance went right up and literally kissed. Let's look at that number. The high 73, 200 SMA is, where is it? 20, 10, 50. I got to open this up. Okay, on this day, 431.60 was the 200-day, and the high was 431.73. So 13 cents was all it was able to push through, kissed the 200-day moving average, and fell back. Right? Again, moving averages, I use them for a reason. They're levels of interest. They're levels that tell you, hey, you might not want to be taking a bunch of new positions up here until you see what the backdrop of the market wants to really do. Volume trending down too. Great point. You had very low liquidity. That's a great point there, Ron. You can even see the average volume trending down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if we have some of this stuff volume pop back up, because that seems to be where the volume likes to show up in the down drafts. Up drafts are very quiet volume, low liquidity. Then we hit these brick walls like the 200-day, try to force back in the armpit of the 10 and the 20, basically said nope, and we're back on lows. I mean, here's our 10 SMA. I heard Barry kind of talking about that, my preemptive discussion. At some point, this 10 SMA is going to come down and challenge the price. We haven't even had a single challenge of the 10 SMA, and it's already 1204, looking like we might even want to go to lows. So what to watch for today, guys, for action, is at some point this 10 SMA is going to catch up with the price action of the SPY. And if the SPY cannot break back above that 10 SMA and we just keep following it lower, that's going to be a very ugly weekend going into Monday. And of course, I've got to look for a trade of the week. I'll try and find something, but the last few have been very difficult. They didn't even trigger. The last two trade of the weeks didn't even trigger. UEC was a fun one because it didn't trigger here, but it pulled back brutally and then bounced all the way back up, and it's just going nowhere. And then STKL, current trade of the week, the idea was to bounce off this 10 SMA right there. The blue line would have been the trigger, and it didn't trigger. 1, 2, 3. Yesterday is not a trigger. It's supposed to trigger like the day of or the day after. Matter of fact, the official scorekeeping of the trade of the week data points, the cutoff is Wednesday. So we got to Wednesday and STKL never triggered. Look at it triggered, and then it just reverses today. The action, you guys, is extremely hard right now. I'm even going to go ahead and say the action's been extremely hard for the races. Let's look at some of these. That's a mess, even though it's been coming back up. These are the short squeezers. This is all the short squeeze candidates. Apron still holding on. But if we go over to the big guys here, the runners, I don't have them all today, but there's nothing really that's following through. OLB probably looks the best of them so far in the races here. And again, I'll just do what Barry talked about. This 10 SMA needs to hold. If it closes below, then the momentum is dying, no matter what stock it is. Nerve, definitely the one of the day. Look again here. I know Barry highlighted this earlier. That was the wonderful pullback and touch to the 10 SMA. Now we broke out of yesterday. We've probably got nowhere to go but pull back and just have a little rendezvous with this 10 SMA is kind of what I'm going to guess. But the whole trick is using the 10 SMA is to decide if it's going to close below. All right. If it can wick and trade and tick below, but if the 15-minute candle decides it finally wants to close below, then that's your signal that momentum has died. All right, so that's kind of the stuff I wanted to talk about. Let's see what else is on this race, because a lot of them have really just reversed. CHG is still interesting. Still holding up and consolidating above the averages. That's a mess. Look at this. This is what I've been seeing a lot of lately on the races. Get you excited. And then, oh, speaking of, I know I popped in the other day and said I bought some SPRC, broke my own rules. I chased it. I chased it right here early, too early on in the day. Fell back. I said, hey, look, it's holding that 10 SMA. Awesome. Let's just go ahead and ride this. And then boom. So I had to get out. That's the risk you take with a lot of these races if you jump into them early, which I did. I kind of chased it and broke rules, and it slapped me down and reminded me I don't want to do that again. Nothing really else is interesting on here. That's an interesting consolidation in ALKI. New issue. Could be one to watch. But I'm not buying anything. I'm not trusting anything. And I see people just chatting away about the nerve. Nerve did not pull back. Nerve wants to go higher. I'm in MindMed, same type of stock, mental health. But this one's got some issues. It's going to be doing a reverse split on Monday, I believe. And this is when Nerve and Drug and some of the other names took off. And of course, the name I'm positioned in for a core investment decided that they didn't want to follow through. They want to pull back. But the good news is for me, look at where it's finding support for the days 1, 2, 3 for the moment, 10 SMA. So we really need this thing to hold that 10 SMA and start to come back and participate and say, hey, Nerve and Drug, I'm in the same sector as you guys. But again, the reverse split is heavily weighting on this MindMed. In a perfect world, it would get back above, shoot above $1 today, then maybe they would delay the reverse split, but I don't think it's going to be delayed. It's probably going to happen. And then once that settles over there with the new share sizes and new trading float, we'll just monitor, or I will just monitor the price action. All right, that's a lot of rambling by myself. Hello, Mike. Hello, Jorge. What's up, Dave? Hello, Ron. Is the AI doing something in Nerve? Honestly, guys, I really don't look at the AI much anymore. It's not my style. Nope. There's no trade in Nerve for AI. Oh, you were just saying holy, not Holly. I got you 5,000. Yeah, this is extremely strong. I wish I was in it. Spell too. Look at that. So it broke out from highs. I'm just going to say again, guys, like Barry says, look left. This could be a little short-lived up here. So if you're really in the money on this thing, this is where I like to take a third off the table, a quarter off the table. I like to pay myself when you've got all this green, because whether it's the shorts freaking out or the FOMO people chasing it, it's not going to last long with this much space between the 10 SMA. There's going to be a reversion here at some point. So to maximize your exits on good trades, I like to feed it out to the people who are just reaching up and chasing it, especially once it is broken out from a prior high, right? So all this right here is gravy. This could reverse at any minute. It could keep going another 10, but I don't trust this part right here when I've got money that I want to take off as profit. This is where I like to pay myself. So just some food for thought for people who are in good trades that are really pushing and, more importantly, taking out a prior day's high of resistance. Doesn't always seem to last very long when it does that. I'm not saying it can't. DCGO. I'm sorry, I just coughed right in your guys' ear. I did not mean to do that. That was gross. Hopefully I wasn't on mute for that whole thing, talking about when to take profits on Nerve. If I was, somebody let me know. Basically saying once you got above this level here, this stuff is fun for the moment, but it doesn't always last forever. So just pay yourself and take your profits when you can, in case you guys couldn't hear me. except for that gross throat clearing. All right, what would you guys like to talk about? I think we were looking at that stock that Dave mentioned, DCGO. Mobile healthcare, interesting. A lot of cash. Cash to debt ratio is great. I like to look at this a lot. So this is a viable company. What do we have here? We've got just numerous consolidation days riding the 10 SMA. I like it. It's got potential. But at any given moment, some of these setups that have run, they can break quick. So you just got to be careful. I know it's hard to try and let the price action close to the end of the day. You heard me? Okay, good, Dave. Thanks. All right. There was only one call by Andy in the Trader's Eye today, and that was JKS. Nice early call, but then that's what I'm talking about. Things become short-lived when they really move quickly. There's a lot of low volume, which you saw on the chart. There's low liquidity, which just accentuates these little panic moves in the market. And that's why the high flyers, they break a lot quicker than the ones who are basing. I got out a big 5 yesterday. What's it doing today? Oh, of course it bounced. Actually, I got out of it 2 days ago. Reason I got out of it 2 days ago is it broke my rule. Closed below the 50. I bought that candle right there. Closed below the 50. I'm not sticking around for that. I'm not going to try and guess that it's going to reverse the next day. But, oh well, I got out of that one. What else was I in? BWV. Tried to buy a dip in that one. Did not hold. I'll show you exactly what happened. I bought this dip right here. I held on the second day here, hoping it would hold that 20. But I sold this one intraday. The minute it just started slopping down, I fully expected a nice doji and maybe a little bit of a bounce coming out of there. When it doesn't do what I expect, I don't stick around and ask questions. I just cut it and I take a look at it later. I don't like bag holding. I learned a long time ago that doesn't work in the long run. Let's do this. NERV. When they do pull back from those, they pull back hard. So I'm going to put a pullback alert right to that breakout point from yesterday for the most part. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes off shortly while we're speaking. All right. Also seeing ENTB. ETNB. God, I'm such a dyslexic. ETN. Pharmacopoeia. Liver. Cardio. Well, there's been a lot of cardio disease lately, but we don't need to talk about that. Not bad there, Dave. Really nice base. This is not like a high flyer that's just trying to hold on to its trend. It's basing and coming out of a really nice, long, protracted saucer bottom there. Pretty much, I would say the pretty good foregone conclusion that at some point it's going to come out of this base and challenge this declining 200. Might be something there. Oh, okay. It's not above its pre-market high yet. What's doing well today? Nothing but treasuries. I saw somewhere that this was a 90% down day. What does that mean? breadth is 90%. That means that 90% of the S&P stocks are down, are red. When you see 90% days, those are very significant, and they're usually not a one-day event. They usually signal possible trend change for a few days. So with that said, if today just finishes weak as hell going into the weekend, it's going to be really hard to find a trade of the week going long. Might even just call cash and be lazy and be safe. But the point is, if we finish off on a 90% down day, those don't happen very often, and they're usually follow through on those. Look, here's my S&P. This kind of just gives me the pulse of the market. I get talking about things, and I look up, and I was just talking about what, a 90% day? Well, this is the S&P high and low, and I'm not seeing any green. So we are definitely in a 90% day. You really need to heed the warning signs of a massive negative breadth sell-off. Not only that, but a sell-off exactly where I was kind of concerned we might get one, a relief bounce up into the armpit, and then you have Jerome Powell speaking. I'm just, like I said, I wish I had gotten short some of those levered ETFs in my other account, but I didn't have time. I was busy and crashing. But I think I solved the crash problem. Let's look at DCGO again. Yep. I would say to manage this one, just hope and pray that you don't get a big down flush midday. But these are the kind of ones at the end of the day, as long as they're trading above their rising 10 SMA and the bell's about to ring at the end of the day, I will stay in it. But if I looked over and saw that I bought this today or yesterday and we are down and we're closing below, and that's what the closing candle looked like, I would get out. Because to me, that's a passing of the test, didn't close below. Passing of the test, didn't close below. Same there. Same yesterday. But once it does close below, that's the signal to everybody that the momentum might be dying and you want to maybe get out of all, or if not for some of it first, before everybody else starts to figure it out. That's what I like mostly about that style, is it's an early warning system of momentum dying off, where a lot of other people start to get stubborn in their trade and think that it's going to come back for them. But the market proves them wrong sometimes. These are those short float names: Chewy, Apron. Apron's just been riding that 10 SMA. And the difference with Apron is we've got a pretty large float. It's probably not as much as 50% anymore. It's probably less, but nonetheless, 7 million is a small float. And probably, I would say 38 or 40% by now is still short that. This thing is strong. I traded it from here to here, got out of the 200-day and thought I was a genius, but that's okay. I mean, a lot of negativity and back and forth. Since then, it's still moving higher. I'm happy just to get a nice piece of the initial 3-day swoop, and then it gets volatile from there. I'd like to take my money when I can. The key word being when I can. All right, we've got a lot of time here this hour. Is anybody having any difficulty with the program, or they want to need help configuring a scan? It's definitely open floor for everybody. This is just too, you see a chart like this and there's no liquidity. Stay away from those. 200,000 shares is nothing. And it averages 29,000 shares. So I don't like these types of low liquidity stocks. Sure, Walton, you want to look at some shorts, X and X and Alcoa. Let's look at Alcoa first. Do you mind looking at some shorts? Well, Alcoa is kind of here in no man's land. I definitely don't like to short things when they're above their 50 and their 10 and their 20. It seems like this is going to be making a march somehow up to the 200-day. So I think you'd want to see what happens at the 200-day. If you're thinking about shorting Alcoa, that might be the place to do it. I mean, you could put a starter position of 20% right now. It just puts the the symbol on your radar, so you're constantly, absorbing the new information coming in and you're not forgetting about it. Let's look at X. Okay, so X is a bit more like what Alcoa is doing. So I would say there is a very good opportunity here to short X. If you wanted to short X, let's put it this way. If I were going to pull up X and wanted to short X, what are the things I want to see? I like seeing that rejection at the 200. I like seeing a possible second rejection. Again, the day is not over. So let's switch to the intraday. Riding the 10, broke above the 200, broke down among the 10. Now momentum is dead, as I was just saying a moment ago. Now that momentum died on that candle, here's the second test right here. And this little moving average is saying intraday wise, doesn't look good for X. And they've had 3 good days of pop. So I actually think X could be a decent short right here. Now, I don't like shorting new lows and chasing new lows. I like letting the price bounce up into an area that makes sense. So in your case, Alcoa might be a bit premature, but X looks pretty ripe for a fade. Now, why and how and when would you get out of this if you did take the short? I think you just get out of it if it closes back above today's high, because if it does that, then it's making a statement that it wants to start posting closes above the 200. And that's the first sign of a reversal coming up from underneath a moving average, is posting a few days of closes above it, just to accentuate to everybody we're holding this level. All right, so I hope that helped, Walton. Ross, question in the alert window for IPOs. What would you use? Resume. Yeah, I mean, that's all we can really do at the moment. Let's just explain something. It's a popular question. Why can't I get more data on the IPOs? When you just answered your own question, there is no data on an IPO. IPO is the first day of trading. We don't have a 5-day range. We don't have relative volume. We don't have a position in range. So IPOs are tough. They're tough to find. The only scan that I can suggest to find them is to create a new alert window. And go start from scratch, search, resume, add that alert. And it also doesn't hurt to have halt in there. So the halt resume is a good scan. There's no requirement for filters. It's just an event. It's on, it's off, it's on, it's off. Add that alert, enable that alert. So let's just see here, if I run a history on today, is there a specific stock you're looking for? Because these are the halt and resumes. So a new IPO would kind of get lost in the shuffle. You could right click and create a properties action for sound to remind you that something just resumed. You could do that. You could actually take the halts out if you want and just use resumes, and then go properties action, play sound, and set up your sound. That could be done. But other than that, that's all we can really do to try and find a new IPO. Look at this market. People are just throwing in the towel here. They're all seeing the same thing if they know how to read a chart. Fail, fail. All right, let's catch up. I know some questions did come in. Ross, we did that one. Okay, for the resume. Facier, can you comment on the difference between based on and sort on fields in the race? I sure can. So what you're seeing right here in both of these charts is the sort. I'm using what's called a delta sort. And using a delta sort, you'll see that the strong ones are always at the top. So you're always going to have kind of a chart that looks like this on a delta sort. So I recommend that. That's the way pretty much all of us do use the visual. So we're always kind of focusing on the ones that are up here at the top. So let's go into the guts of this thing. Right click, show race setup. And so I'm not going to stop this race, but based on, was your first question, and sort. So based on is change from the open. We're not concerned with change from the close. We want to know what stocks maybe gapped up 2% and haven't given it back and they're still going on a high race. We don't want to see stocks change from the open, from the close, because it's muddying the waters for what we want to see fresh today. So that's what we're looking at. The races are based on who has the highest percentage change from the open. And notice this is a 5-minute race. So every 5 minutes we get a new winner. So that's important. So change from the open and delta value is what I would recommend sorting so you can see the same fashion that we're using. And then let's go back. And one more thing I'm going to show you is right click and select, I'm going to do this. Okay, so I'm going to right click and you have this option, show top 10. If you have show top 10 winners as your option, you want to click that. Because what did it do? It just combined and consolidated all of the total winners today. So this becomes your watch list every day. Okay, so APRN, all right. Again, this is my short squeeze one, but we're still basing it off of change from the open. Unlike this one over here, it's not concerned with short squeeze. We're just doing the same thing, change from the open percent and delta value. I'll show you one more thing that's kind of cool. Let's hide the race setup. If you right click the race, you can look at what the actual list looks like. What is the configuration here that it's using? So you say open top list. So this is the list it's running from. Well, now we can look at that list and say, well, what's it configured for? Not much. Okay, 2% minimum change from the open, like I mentioned a minute ago. It's done 200,000 shares so far today. So we've got a little bit of volume in there and a price of 1. So as long as something's up 2% and it's doing at least amount 200,000 shares of volume, we're going to find all these names that are constantly rising to the top of the change from the open. So hopefully, face share, hopefully that helps. Beyond Mind, okay, you got a question. Let's see, Walton, really appreciate my shorting needs work, much appreciated. Just remember, Walton, don't chase, always fade when you're shorting. Find a level that makes resistance where you think the sellers are going to join you and jump in for that short. Because there's nothing worse and nothing more common than chasing a new low from yesterday today that broke down from yesterday's low. It's a trap. It turns around, the price action bounces you right back out, and you're like, oh, I wish I would have waited for a bounce before I shorted this. I have no staying power. Okay, Beyond Mine, I think you have a problem that we might need to address here. I had reinstalled Trade Ideas. Whenever I restart to show channel bar items, Trade Ideas freezes up and it does not load properly. Uninstall, reinstall did not help. What, so you're running the most recent beta version or production version that we have on our website, and you're saying that whenever I restart to show channel bar items, Trade Ideas freezes up and it does not load properly. Have you been asked yet, Beyond Mine, to send in your log files? I'm going to show you how to do that if you haven't. You open Trade Ideas, and everything that happened today is going to be logged in there for today's log. And all you have to do is just go to Help and Send Files to Support. If you haven't done that, we need to do that first so we can at least get a feel for what production version. Okay, yeah. So try and load it again, and if that persists, go to Help, Send Files to Support, and then I'm going to give you the email address to which will start a support ticket. and have somebody look at your trading, your trade ideas logs and see if they can figure out what's happening, because it might be beyond me as a major technical issue. I can help with some of the settings of the, the platform, but I'm not the best at troubleshooting other than what I already know, which is you reinstalled and that's not working. Um, so I'm going to type in the email. It's info@tradevias.com. Just send the description to there, and I apologize if you already have done these steps. Probably one of the imported cloud layouts started to mess things up. Then it's hard to restore back to original view. Let me know how to restore back. Okay, so here's another thing. All right, so watch closely, Beyond. We have a backup. So if you loaded that cloud and you've been having trouble with your and you've been having trouble with that error message or whatever you're getting ever since you loaded that, and let's say it's only 2 or 3, 4 days old now, good news. Here's what you do. This is what I want you to try. Go to File, Load Layout. All right, now we're going to forget all this. What I need you to do is go to, well, don't forget all this. The windows here, the folder is Backups. Double click Backups, and you've just got pretty simple date modified, date modified. So for some reason, I'm only going back 2 days, but you may have more. So I could double click this layout right here, and it would restore everything that was this way on that day. So if you can go back prior to the 24th, hopefully you can. If that doesn't work, then you're going to have to start playing with what we call the default layout. You're going to have to build something from scratch. I would recommend saying like a new docked channel bar, not the regular channel bar, but maybe a new docked channel bar, and start going through here and maybe exploring some of the things you like. Now, you don't have to use this channel, but Trade Ideas Winners Watcher or Explosive Winners, that's a multi-strategy window there. You could say, I want to keep an eye on these, so I'm going to steal it. I'm going to right click, I'm going to save it to my cloud. So now you're saving windows one by one that you want to your cloud. And then once you have those windows again repopulated and arranged, what you need to do before anything is, once you've got everything set the way you want, is to save the layout as your default layout. So again, try the backups, see if the backup works. If that doesn't work, start loading the windows, not using the cloud that guy gave you, and then save your windows one by one to the cloud. And then you can rearrange them and then save them as a complete layout, as the save layout. Let them use the default layout as to name your file. All right, let me back up again here. I'm probably getting behind here. Jeez, nerve still going. Nerve of that thing. Wow, very strong. Wish it would take my mind med with it. You're welcome, Ross. It's hard to find a few companies to go long today, which is like the oil sector. But Michael, there's just not much happening today on the long side. As I said, it's a 90% down day. Everything is red. Here's my sectors. Money is flowing into the treasuries as a safe haven. Money is flowing into commodity agriculture fund as a safe haven. Here's another treasury, iShares. But then it just starts to go downhill from there. Every single sector is red. Change from the open, KWeb, China stocks opened strong and then just collapsed. So I have my sectors also sorted by change from the open. So I'm not looking for new positions to go long right now, Michael. I'm just going to sit back and see what happens. Sometimes cash and observation is your best course of action. You don't want to ever try and force things in this business. Does the length of the race bar signify anything? Yes, the length of the race bar signifies who's doing the best in terms of the 10-minute snapshot of change from the open. So one stock might run 4% in 5 minutes. Well, that's probably going to lead that race, because in that 5-minute segment, anything that runs 4% is going to be blasting off at the strongest portion. So every 5 minutes, these are going to reset. They're all going to go back to zero and then start calculating change from the open again. And when you start to see things like four times, rhythm four times. Well, here's nerve over here, more than four times because I've crashed a few times today and had to restart. So that top 10 list gives you, again, a nice watch list every single day of what is in play. Dave, been toying with the based on volume ratio and then sort on percent in 5 minutes. Pretty interesting, giving me stocks that are up past 5 minutes with volume plug. That's very creative, Dave. I love it. And I also saw you yesterday, and I agree, the Bollinger Bands race, the stocks that are just pushing their upper Bollinger Bands. That's another one that Chris is using, and I saw that you like that one too. I've had that one up in the past. I like it. But based on volume ratio and then sort on change. I guess you mean on relative volume ratio or 5 minute volume, one of those two. Ryan, don't know what your screen setting on YouTube is, but you should share it with Barry because his screenshots are always blurry. Here's a little tip. If you're on YouTube and my screen looks blurry, just refresh the page. I do that sometimes and it pops up. I'm going to do it right now and see if it actually clears up for me. Yep, I just refreshed my own YouTube page and it sharpens it up. So just hit it refresh. That should work for you. Oh, I see your continued comment there, Dave. Yeah, I like stocks that are above all their averages too. 2 times normal volume. Yeah, you're going to find the action doing that stuff. So that's a nice, what Dave is doing is he's adding to something that's just not simply up. Let's look at it again here. Show top list. So this is as basic as it gets. We're not asking for much relative volume. We're not asking for anything other than just being up 2% from the close. But what Dave is doing is he's paring down this list more by adding prices need to be above certain moving averages. The relative volume needs to be a 2, and up 2%, we got that. And so there's more things you can do to add to these. These are just the basic race settings, and you're going to have a lot of names popping up and down throughout the day. But that's why the top 10 over here on the right is so important, I believe, is to see who's finishing the most races, who's staying the strongest today. Hands down, of course, it's Nerve. All right, Beyond Mine, you're on the production. We talked about that. We'll catch up. Same person. Beyond, any thoughts about position sizing to build up for swing trade if you have conviction, and add more if it starts to expand in the Nerve case? Well, if I had had any nerve, which I didn't have the nerve to buy Nerve, I saw it this morning and I thought, boy, it really is. It really is looking interesting, but I just couldn't focus. So there's probably two different ways I would have bought this. I probably would have bought like maybe a half position just to keep it and see if it's going to go. And then if it pulled back and held this right there and then started to go again, I probably would have bought a full load right there. That's how I probably would have played Nerve if I was really on it. Would I be adding to it up here? Hell no. No, so a lot of times my first position is maybe a half position starter size if I'm not sure about it. But then once I get confirmation, like right there, I will add to it. So I want to be adding as much as I can, as close to the base as possible, which allows me to ladder out 1/3, and then keep the last 1/3 for maybe a couple of days and see what happens. That to me is the perfect execution of proper sizing in, scale in, get your confirmation, get your full size, double up. Now, I know other people like Andy and Brian Shannon, they like to just go full in. If they see something that's got full conviction, they go hard. They go all in one big chunk. And then if they're wrong, they get out. But when it starts to go, that gives them an early ability to ladder out of 1/5, 1/4 at a time to take profits and pay yourself as people are reaching up to buy what you're dangling from in front of them. Clicking on explosive winners just freezes you up. It doesn't load anything. It goes for a timeout. So did that file load from layout load layout and going to the backups folder, are you able to go back to like your earliest backup, and then you click that file and it loads that layout? That's one possible solution. But what you're telling me is that when you click a channel, you freeze up. That's like really unusual to me. I haven't heard much of that. I don't really hear much chatter about that. I've tried to give you a couple of workarounds here, and if they don't work, that's okay. But I'm just going to say if they don't work, you'll have to show you what I showed you. Hit that help, send files to support, click, and then follow up with an email, info@trade-ideas.com, so you can create a support ticket and allow us to delve in and look at your log files. The error might show up on the log file, pressing a button and what happened and why you got the error, why you got the lockup. Sorry, I can't be more help specifically, but those are my suggestions for now. Just let me know if that backup load layout last backup, oldest backup, I should say, if that works for you. I'm curious. They're talking about Powell on CNBC. Guess what? I haven't watched CNBC for over 10 years. I can't stand them for so many reasons. Dave, volume ratio is a race preset in the based on drop down instead of standard price performance. Okay. Let me see something here. So if I take this and launch a real race, show race setup. Stop. Volume ratio. Yeah, there it is, relative volume ratio. So you could base on that, and what that's going to show you is who's coming to life with volume and price. So I see what Dave's doing there. Oh, let's see. Let's check in on the markets here. Tiny relief bounce trying to come. So again, this is where the rubber is going to meet the road in the next half an hour right here. It's all going to be predetermined. Looking left, I'll tell you what, I feel like we have a date with 400 down there, like we want to come back and test that 50 like we did back here. I am not interested in any new longs right now. I'm just observing. I'm not going to go short either. I just personally, it feels like a time to take a timeout, go to cash, and observe what's happening. Because quite honestly, I was extremely disappointed with these last 2 days. My positions did not rise with the market. They just flopped around and did nothing. So I told myself, if we can't get anything much past yesterday's close, I'm going to be quick on the trigger to get out of these things, because I'll be damned if they didn't go up on that move in the market. They're going to pull the rug on this shit like this. Sorry for cussing, Barry, if you're listening. You know I'm a bit more edgy.
I gotta pop in just with a minor chuckle, but I'll let you
Okay.
go. Damn. Okay, bye.
Damn. That's the most I can get out of them. All right, guys, we're caught up on questions. What would you like to look at? All right. Oh, you can swear all you want, Ron, but nobody will hear you. Yeah, I've got a bit more of a salty mouth than Barry does. He keeps it nice and G-rated. All right, guys, I'm here for another 10 minutes or so. If anybody has any other questions, I'd love to know beyond mind if that backup helped you. Well, that's up to Barry. If he wants to read your chat swear, I don't mind, but probably not a good idea. Little green spug there in the spy. That's the most green we've had all day, it looks like. And it is right smack lunchtime in the middle of the day. Powell is not making all kinds of mistakes. Powell has already made numerous mistakes over the last 2 years. All of them. They're all complete clowns. I don't know what the hell they're thinking or who's got the puppet strings on them. But I think the inflation is transitory. I mean, we should be all just throwing tomatoes at this guy every time he speaks. It's absolutely ridiculous what these people have done. They're trapped. There's no end game for them. They're done. It's either inflation or a major recession. Pick. What I'm doing personally, you know, I've bought a lot of precious metals and put them in the safe. I don't like having a lot of cash in the bank. I'd rather have some asset that's a hard asset. Also bought a garage freezer. Been stocking up on all the meats and things that I think are going to be a lot more expensive here in 3 months. So all you can do. They want to lower the oil prices. Of course they do, and the only lever they pull is the dang strategic oil reserve. They've already lost. It's just how bad is it going to be, and in what camp is it going to show up in? Inflation or deep recession. Sorry to end this on such a sour note, but that's where we are, guys, and that's what the market's showing us today. That's right, Chris. It's just my opinions, of course. I actually have a friend. He hit me up. He goes, "Do you want to split a side of beef?" I'm like, "Yeah, man, I might want to do that. I got room in the freezer." The rest of my family here are all vegans, so they don't care. Well, not vegetarians, not vegans. Actually, one of them eats chicken. But I heard chicken's not a good thing to throw in the freezer, so I'm not doing that. Yeah, I've seen enough videos from very, very concerned farmers and ranchers telling us that it costs way too much money to feed their cattle and their crops and their pigs, and um, that's all going to be showing up here at the market pretty soon. This all started in 2008, and they just doubled up, and they've tripled the problem. We had to let the banks fail in 2008. So what they do? They ruined the middle class. The upper class got richer, and they just printed more money. So the powers that be were not interested in letting market forces take destructive recreation. That's what a normal economy needs: destructive recreation, new phoenixes rising, shedding the old debt and the dead weight. Nope, no, no, no. That was going to hurt the elites' balance sheet too much. Have to keep it going. Stick the heroin needle back in the patient's arm. He won't know. Fertilizer prices are extremely worrisome, Walton. We're trying to build a fence here, and the price for the fence literally doubled for the materials in like 7 months, and they won't even deliver it to you. They want you to drive up to the Long Beach port to get it. That's how bad it is out there with product and pricing and construction and delays. And beyond mine, that is certainly an opportunity. The web version is an option for you, without a doubt. But please, if you could send us your log files and follow up an email for a support ticket, and let's just see if we can find anything to help you with what's happening there first, so you can use the application. XTC volume came alive. Normally averages 180K. Today we've done 4.3 mil. Relative volume 20 times normal. Definitely came to life here. Way above its 10 SMA, so it's extended. What are these? Was that a Chinese stock? A Chinese pharmaceutical? What are you buying out there, Dave? I'm just joking. Interesting. The chart tells the story. If we look left, boy, it's going to run into a lot of resistance, though, here, Dave. That's going to be a big wall. Just so you know, call it 220. I am not ordering my electric car. I will never order an electric car, ever. Matter of fact, I might even just want to go buy an old classic car. I'm not buying into that. No. People think they're doing good, and they probably are, but they just have to remember you're burning a lot of coal to charge that battery you're driving around on. And I'm never really excited about somebody else controlling my car, to quite honest with you. I don't want to be just a passenger one of these days when something takes over. And hey, don't get me started. We're caught up on questions. We got 5 minutes or less.
Wow.
Yeah, you like that one?
Oh man, I better get started on making my bunker, I guess. Man, oh man. Huh. What's this thing about don't freeze chicken?
Well,
Reading this stuff.
well, it's
Unbelievable.
well, I heard somebody
I
say as a
heard.
doctor, the red meat holds better in the freezer than chicken does over time in the freezer. That's all.
Okay, but of course you're talking over time because you're prepared to
Over
what, hunker
time.
down for what, 10 years?
No, I'm prepared to hunker down for probably a good 3 or 4 months when shit really hits
Okay,
the fan out there. I'm sorry, Barry, I cussed.
that's
Um,
okay.
but that's just me. That's just me. I even bought an
That is
electric
just you,
generator.
exactly.
I bought a generator
Exactly.
too.
Okay.
You know why I bought a generator? Because I live in California and the lights were flickering the other night because everybody's running their AC all day and then plugging in their Teslas at night. And I think our power grid is being tested.
Well, you were on a roll. You listen. I remember you saying, I don't know, 2 years ago that you were moving from California. You were going to find a
I
place in
wanted to.
Oregon or something.
I was looking in Bend, Oregon. I was looking in Colorado, and then COVID hit. One of the main
Okay.
reasons I wanted to get out was I just needed some open space and less congestion and traffic. Well, once COVID hit, traffic died, and it just seems like my priorities shifted. I don't have any plans to leave San Diego, so that was kind
Okay.
of a momentary whim that I've overcome.
Okay. Good.
But at some point, I want to leave the city. I just don't know when that's going to be.
Are you in the city?
Yeah, I'm in San Diego's 1.6 million people. You do
Okay. No,
not
I
want to
didn't
get on
really.
the wrong you do not want to get on the wrong freeway going the wrong direction at the wrong time of day.
Yeah. Though, I mean, as you know, I've been to San Diego and we rented a car when we were down there and actually found the driving wasn't too bad. Certainly, as we went, had to go to LA or outskirts of LA, and
Yeah,
I could not believe the traffic trying to get into just even the outskirts, some mall that Sherry said we should go to. I said, I mean, the mall was okay, but I would never do it again.
the traffic up there is unbearable.
Oh,
I try to avoid LA as much as possible, and if I'm driving north, I will literally get up at 4 a.m. just to get through the LA traffic, and beat that so I can get north, get out of there.
hmm.
All
Oh
right.
well.
Well, how are we doing
This
here?
took
Any other
this
questions,
took a
anything?
turn.
Yeah.
This definitely took a turn, like late night talk radio.
Yeah, it is. Art Art Smith, Coast to Coast with Steve,
That's right. Yes.
whatever his name
Yes.
was.
I don't know if there are any more questions for you.
I don't think so. Walton's going to ship
Yes.
you some food.
Okay. Excellent. Good stuff. I got to cross the border. Remember, I'm up in Canada, so you got to cross the border.
Yeah.
So Beyond Mind's got some question about the weekly chart.
Weekly
Biotechs, your
chart.
thoughts,
Let's see.
maybe your thoughts about longer term way to play the biotechs.
We'll go
Certainly,
to a weekly
I'm
chart
just,
first. And what nerve you were asking about?
oh, I love the nerve. My goodness, I did my video on the
It's
nerve.
incredible.
I do my video at noon Eastern, and I did my video on nerve, and I said, boy, watch out if it takes out that 858. Jeez, I did it ever.
So looking left, as Barry says, and I say, I don't know who coined that first.
I
I'll give it
did.
to Barry.
I did. I did.
We cleared that left hurdle right there. The next level looks like a pretty strong pivot right here. So looking at the monthly chart, I would put a pivot level pretty strong there around that 1225 level, if that's what your question is. Oh, no. Yeah, I was looking at some areas outside of Denver, but nah, it's just not going to happen. Um, I'm here for a while. I'm addicted to playing golf again, as you know, Barry. So,
Yes,
yeah,
great addiction,
it's a great
healthy
addiction.
addiction, sort of.
Jeez, that one time I beat Brad, I lit a
Yeah.
fuse. He came back and dropped like a 77, then a 76 on me. So,
Well, I hope you took a capture of your scorecard and his and put them side by side and hang it on your wall somewhere.
I think he took it and
Ripped it
he
up.
sandbagged it for his handicap.
Oh, right.
Yeah. All right, Barry, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Thanks, everybody. Happy Friday.
Okay,
Um,
Steve.
don't be
Have a good weekend,
surprised if
man.
the trade of the week is cash the way this market is today. We'll see what happens. I don't know.
Okay,
All
I've
right.
resumed my screen, so you can head off anytime.
Thank you. See you later.
All right, guys, back in both rooms and talking to Steve for a while in our YouTube room. Yeah, nerve guys. Very prescient. Did my video on nerve today, when I do at noon, and I was just saying, if it can take out that 858, I think I might have said 860 in the video, but it's 858. Yeah, that high of 2 days ago, I said, look out. And man, oh man, it exploded right through that, all the way through 10. So hopefully some of you guys took advantage of this. This has been, it's funny because if you just paid attention to the biggest gainers from the open, of course, that would not be in here because the market cap was not high enough. So in that particular case, the large cap gainers from the open, that would have not shown up there. But man, oh man, over and over and over and over and over. It kept showing up. So you can see why I love the races. I mean, it only takes one really good one, guys, to concentrate on and follow and check to see what's happening and taking out what I considered an important level. Who cares what the market was doing? Look at the market. It was just absolutely not crashing, but I mean, moving down in a fairly steady fashion. And look at this. Now it's had a big pullback now, but you cannot. I mean, you get in that thing from 850 and it runs to 1023, man. And in how long? 30 minutes. And I know a lot of you probably were in earlier. There were argument to be made. You could have taken it on an 8 break. So yeah, no shorts for me. No shorts for me or nerve, but that's okay. Now, by the way, we're doing this test now people who want my video. I know it's been a real chore. Um, right here, it looks like because when I submitted it, I've been doing it, and I've been at them to try to fix like why the heck are we not getting these emails? You sign up for my video, should be, and I wasn't getting them either. Okay, I had to get them forwarded to me. But anyway, I noticed today though, doing this submission, that actually I got an email saying, "Are you sure?" Like something to the effect, you signed a submission form to get our. Do you want to continue? Something to that effect. You say okay, and that should do it. So for those of you who have been trying to get my videos, I know there's one person in particular. Was it you, Denver, or no, somebody else? It was somebody else. But try now and see if you get that sort of the confirmation email now. Okay, guys, let's see anything else. This APGN, and this got halted earlier, but it actually collapsed after the halt. So it's not quite, I mean, it's got some promise, I suppose. 18 million in the float, but and by the way, Dave, it's funny. I saw your comments. I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room, putting in relative volume and having it be over all of the moving averages. Well, right now, of course, you probably wouldn't get too many, especially over all of the moving averages. But as far as relative volume is concerned, I decided, well, most of, I can't think of one that is under two. I know you put two as your, but I'm just looking at all the ones that are in the races, 131. Nerve, of course, is 65. Even the AKLI is 6. So I wouldn't, this is the only one that came close to being 2. I think all the rest of them are just huge, like 35. Anyway, so anything showing up in here probably. So what else do you do? Do you literally put I'm talking again, guys, I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. You put that it has to be over what, the 20, 50, and 100 and 200? Well, you're probably not getting too many right now, which is okay. Yeah, Fetch is still strong, guys. Fetch is still strong. FTCH, still strong. It's been a little bit choppy, pulled back a few times, but it is still strong. Earnings play. The 200-day moving average is way up here. So it hit a high of about 1287. And the next high after that, I think was 1330 something. Yeah, sorry, 1366. Nerve is still strong though. I mean, I'm not in it anymore. Obvious. I shouldn't say obvious. I'm not in it anymore, but there's a part of me that says if it takes out 10 again, in fact, I think I have my price alert set right up here, that could do something with it. Just have to back this out just a little bit just to see where the next highs are. So the next high looks like it's 1088. Looks like there's a pretty good resistance around between 1080 and 11. 1080 and 11. So even if it takes out 10, that 1080 to 11 mark may be pretty tough to get through. I know Steve talked about a pivot at 12 something. I don't know where he's seeing that. I don't use pivots, but he saw something at around 12. All right, a little move for SC. Way too little volume. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. mini bounce for the market. A couple of green candles now, but this is 107, so this still has about 8 minutes to close, or 7 minutes to close actually. That one that is forming right now on the 15-minute chart on the SPY chart still has 7 minutes to close, so it may not hold. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, I put myself on mute just for a minute. Yeah, so I don't know if that submission is working. I just did it again. I did get an email, but they may have pushed it out to me. Okay, so I'm still talking to them. So Jim, check your email though, okay? Because you may not see anything that says, okay, yes, you submitted. They're trying to tell me that you should be getting an email at some point just to confirm that you do want it. Frustrating. Well, guys, I'm just biding my time now. I mean, unless I see something that's really, really a great setup, something it's going to probably have to come out of nowhere. It may not be one of the ones that we've already seen. I'm just going to bide my time right now. What time is it? 1:13. Yeah, somebody was talking about maybe OLB again, maybe, but remember that 200-day moving average is not that, well, it's 25 cents away. Depends how much you think you can make on it, but that definitely that definitely seemed to stall it. And there's the VWAP also, 178, 178. Well, not really. There's a Domo. Domo continues to be weak. That that was a that to me was, I mean, that was a great short from 2211. Missed it. Well, I saw it, but I missed it. I missed my entry around 2190 something, 93. I was trying to get it, and it kept running away from me. The spread wasn't great at the time. I mean, it's only 7 cents now. It's not terrible, but that was a great short right there for Domo. Probably no price. Okay, what price? Seriously, honestly, probably. I mean, listen, it would have to probably go down to about the IPO price. Under 10. Even then, I mean, there's no enthusiasm. I mean, it's just sold right off. I mean, I know it got up to $200, but I mean, this is not like the other ones. So I have no interest in this right now. Even the volume, I mean, it's only 910,000. I mean, it's not like it's huge volume right now. Now, I mean, look, if it, I don't know, if it based at 20 or something, it just has a quick trade and it started to move, maybe. But the thing is, see, you can't really trade it right now because look at the spread. I mean, sometimes the spread widens to $1. I mean, right now it's 25 cents right now, but just literally 10 seconds. I mean, look at that, 80 cents now, so they're making it almost impossible unless you commit. So, I mean, it's just drifting down, down, down. All of them, guys. I mean, really, yeah, disappointment this week in the IPOs, really. Those little cheap IPOs, big disappointment. And I mean, I suppose you could say the market has something to do with it, perhaps, but a lot of these little IPOs didn't really care what the market was doing. There's Domo, another new low for Domo. DOMO. There's that news from Zach about the your Department of Justice preparing a antitrust suit against Apple. Okay. Who's got the better lawyers, Apple or DOJ? Maybe that's a better way to phrase it, William. Yes. Man, oh man, guys, pretty slow right now. Well, it's Friday afternoon. I guess that's one reason. Just I'm just kind of waiting to see if anything really starts to move in the race. Some stock we haven't seen before. Could be one that we've already seen. Could be one that's won a race before, but some big percent. See, right now, I mean, the percentages, no point in clicking on them. There's the percentages, they're so low. You know what is kind of held, guys, is TAL, TAL. It's kind of held. Had that big initial 45 minutes of straight up, kind of based a little bit, but it is still holding well, TAL. Whereas KWeb, I don't know what it's doing right now. I know it had the big, yeah, I mean, look at KWeb. Hasn't really recovered. It's actually gone negative. So TAL is definitely, as a China stock, it's definitely kind of bucking the trend now. Don't see any specific news on it because edu, I do not believe. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of basing a little bit here, but TAL certainly could be an interesting one. The longer it holds six, I don't think yeah, it's not a low float, almost half a billion in the float, so it's not a low float. But now this one just got halted on the way down. JZ just got halted on the way down. JZ, JZ. That's what we call them up in Canada. Vicky, my goodness, where you been? OTEX did the buyout, right, of MFGP. So that's why they got slapped a little bit. Absolutely. We still say Z in Canada. Absolutely. Boy, Domo. This is just getting, I don't even see any news on it. Oh, I'm sorry. It is an earnings play. It was an earnings play. Sorry. Didn't really, I don't know why I missed this one because I mean, that had a big enough gap down. I don't really recall seeing this until it hit my 10-day daily breakdown. That hit, at 9:48 at 22.11. And since then, it's now under 20. Yep, WXYZ. How about Hewlett Packard? Did it keep moving down? 32.92. Yeah, it's just drifting down a little bit. 32.92. This wouldn't, you know what? I mean, this might not be a bad gentle short, guys. Hewlett Packard, HPQ. The next low looking left. I mean, it's got maybe 40 cents until the next lows. It may not be very dynamic, but for those of you desperate to take a trade, HPQ, especially if the market continues down, as a short potential. I don't know. This nerve has got it's got some maybe some legs still. And I'm obviously not in it anymore. So I mean, you're short. Some may be still long, but might have some legs still. The volume obviously, I mean, just fell. You can just, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, the volume falls, the price falls. Volume goes, volume increases, typically price increases. So the minute you start seeing the volume tail off, that's when you can bail on most trades. Well, not if it takes out 10, Scroob. Definitely interested if it takes out 10 again. My alert set up here. Well, what time is it? 1:30, almost. Almost to the end of the test drive. Well, I guess actually the test drive goes till Sunday. I mean, you still have access to the program. I think market's closed, of course, but you can still play around with it. So when I'm in this little bit of a lull here, take a look at my home page. Okay, so a question, what is the thick blue arrow on the chart? So every time you click on an alert, I don't know if it works from the races. Yeah, I don't think it works on the races. Yeah. So when you have an alert window, if I click on nerve as an example, there's the first time it showed up in the 10-day daily breakout here, 858. The reason, well, okay, I click on nerve and you'll see that is basically telling me the candle that it happened on. If I had a 5-minute chart up, you'd see it where it happened on the 5, or if I had a 2-minute chart, you'd have to probably scroll back. Okay, but there it is on the 15-minute chart. That is the designation. Okay, so every time you click on an alert, I'll click on OLB. There, at $2, that's where the alert happened. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, what happened from that time? And that's just automatic. There's nothing to do. Fetch, the same sort of thing. There was right at the beginning. It's hard to see maybe because the one, but there's the arrow pags to kind of see what did it do from there. Okay. And it doesn't matter whether it's going, if I click on something that was on the daily breakdown, I still get an upward arrow. Okay, it's not going to show me on a downward arrow. Okay. Well, every time if I click on an alert, doesn't matter when, if I click on it, I'll get a different, the arrow will change to the, the candle that it happened on. So you're saying at 25 right there. Must be hidden or something. It might be back there, but that's all. I mean, you have to click on an alert before you see it. I mean, there it is at $54 right there. Okay, there it is at $47 right there. It really works best when you have the don't repeat on, because then it's pretty dynamic. You can just sort of see, you click on the first alert and you see, okay, what did it do from there? There's that blue arrow. What did it do from there? It's a little more visual, that's all. Hey guys, so again, I put my homepage link in, just go over it one more time. I think they're working on this. They're working on this, so we'll see what happens. Give me a moment. So there is a promo code you can use. First place 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You'll see there are 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000 less than 25%. Standard annual 1,000 less than 25%. The big difference is the AI, if you're interested in seeing something like that. You know what, guys, the standard service is excellent. I mean, what you get with the standard service, you get the races. You do have access to simulation trading. Okay, so I mean, the standard service is really good. What I would do is this: I would take out a monthly subscription to try us out again. Even if you're in this test drive, you can still keep trying us out. Get a month, 118 or the 228. You can take the 25% discount off the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. But if within 30 days you decide you want to, go from a monthly to an annual, somebody asked before, well, what if I take out a standard monthly? Can I go to a premium annual? Yes. And we'll honor the 25% if you do it within 30 days. Okay. So that's why I'm saying don't take out an annual. You've really got to know you want it, because you have to look at the terms and conditions. It's amazing. I know it's all legalese, etc., but people don't read what the terms and conditions are for a refund. And they're not, that's why we have a monthly plan. You don't have to commit to an annual until you're really, and you never have to take on an annual if you don't want to. But you better make sure you want it, because just check out the terms and conditions of a refund. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started. That's the first thing you should do. I mean, you may have already, obviously done your download and installation. That's fine. Maybe you've got your first step, startup and login. But I mean, this is, if you're brand new, and then toolbar and right click magic, layout styles, etc. Please do that first. Take you 30 minutes. Now, again, I'm hoping by Monday this is going to be okay again because people say they're not getting my videos even if they sign up. But anyway, hopefully this will be working. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. So if you went to the YouTube room between 12 and 1, I wasn't listening until maybe 12:30, but I'm sure Steve must have gone over the trade of the week and that it didn't trigger, et cetera, et cetera. And I even made a comment at the end as he was getting out of the YouTube room. Next week's trade of the week could be cash. In other words, not the symbol, but just stay in cash. Hard to pick a stock. And then the education section right here. User guide. So the user guide, so important. Now, don't get hung up on how big it is. You should have already done the getting started. If you haven't, there it is again. Know what an alert window is, know what a top list window is, and know about stock races. Get that down before you tackle anything else. And here, we're nagging you. Here it is again, the getting started. And then the daily support. So Chris will be in our YouTube room at 3:30 to 4:30 today. He's there Monday to Friday. So when I shut down the main room, you can head over there and listen to Chris. And of course, other traders take over from me, but when I take my break between 12 and 1, Monday to Friday, other traders take over. Daily webinars, we're back to our schedule next week, so you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. So Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. So if you're new to trading, please look at this. It's free. And this is Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. So this is not third party. So you will not be inundated with third party delights, promotions, etc. Okay. So please do this if you're new to trading. And last, my scans. Okay. So here are the scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at these. This is the one that you see all the time, the race mode. So save my link. Then you can look at my scans. You can look at the education, the getting started, everything else whenever you want, basically at your leisure. Well, they're working on it. So let me just pass that on to the person who is actually trying to work on this. Okay, guys, the OLB is stirring a little bit, but again, you've got to be aware of that 200-day moving average. Now, obviously, if it can take that out somehow, but you still have, little layers, potential resistance, 210, 219. So, I mean, obviously, if you took it now at 182 and it got up to 219, that'd be awesome. I get it. But, can it get through that 200-day? Yeah, VTNR's had a great few days. I brought that up. And there it is. Yeah, 4 days now through the 200-day. Big one, of course, is 921. Maybe next week. Stick a price alert there. Maybe it'll happen next week. Or as Dan likes to do, just put a buy at that price. Practice in the simulator. And again, we have assigned, again, I have to come up with a different word, not a strategy, but a setup, I guess, to your buy button. You don't have to do anything. It'll buy $5,000 worth wherever you drop the price. So if it's above the current price, it'll wait, of course. If it's below the current price, it'll wait, of course, till it hits. If it's and if you put it at the current price, it should take the trade pretty quickly, and it'll buy $5,000 worth, and then it puts the stop at the low of the day, which again is not, not. That's why I'm saying it's not a strategy. So at this point, you can always, you know, move the stop right in the chart, move it wherever you want. And yeah, sometimes it jumps around a bit. Well, it looks like Zach is going to be right about the nerve. I thought maybe at that 960, 970 level, it might have a shot, but it looks like Zach's going to be right, and he'll ride that down to the mid eights. Troy asked, in our YouTube room, only one device can be connected per user per account. That is correct. So you can have it on as many devices as you want, but only one device open at a time. Yes. I think Poe did okay though. I think he got, I can't remember where he got in, but he did okay on the little bounce for him. Yeah, there's that 410 level. So yeah, maybe let's take a look at the SPY in a bigger picture. And that is turning into a nice big red candle now, guys, on the SPY. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. So Troy, okay, listen, I doubt it very much that will ever happen, but there's nothing stopping you from making that as a suggestion, talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I doubt it'll ever happen, but hey, make that suggestion and see what they say. I doubt it will ever happen though. Individual wanting to be able to open two devices tagged to one IP address, I just doubt it's ever going to happen. Yeah, it was a grinder. I stayed away from it because of what I thought was some resistance. Let me see. I think it's an earnings play also, DXLG. Yeah, it's an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, we saw this one early. I mentioned that it held the 200-day yesterday. I got hung up though, thinking that this would stall it. 519, that didn't do it. And then later 537, that didn't do it. I mean, yeah, it's been definitely just marching higher and higher and higher. It's ignoring all my areas that I thought it could stall. And as you say, just grinding higher. We're certainly not getting any big percentage moves now, guys. So this is almost like surfing. I mean, if I look at it, it's sort of a different way. It's almost like surfing. You just kind of sit back and let the system, show you what is moving now. You don't have to really do anything, and you only click on something when, there's no point clicking on something that's 1.5%. That's moved 2 cents. Okay. So you just kind of sit back and let the system show you what's moving now. And if you see something interesting, you click on it. Now, of course, if you're looking for things that are moving down, I don't think I created the large cap gainers on the way down because these, I don't know if I really would want to do it on this one because these are so low float that, I probably rather look at it. So, hey, why don't I do this? So the large cap gainers from the open, okay, gainers. So let's take that top list, open the top list. This is what it's based on. Right click, configure, summary. I'm going to now switch it. The only thing I can do is prices down 2%. So I'll get rid of the up, -2. Let's see what happens. Okay, so there it is. I could have flipped it, but so now I'm going to go large cap losers. Change it to losers. Wait a minute. First, I'm going to duplicate this window. Okay. Now I can flip it. Again, what flipping does, it's just a quick way. If you want to have sort of the counter strategy, so these are large cap gainers. Now I want the large cap losers. So what it'll do, the flip, It'll flip what can be flipped. Obviously, you cannot flip a price range, you cannot flip a volume, but what you can flip, remember now, the large cap gainers, the price had to be up 2% from the previous close. So you can flip that. Now the price is down 2% from the previous close. Nothing else can be flipped. Okay. So now I'm going to get rid of this. Now I can launch a race based on this. Okay. And give me 1 second. Maybe I already did it. Let me just see if I already did that one. I just didn't rename it. Just don't hold your breath, Troy. Okay, but hey, there's no harm in trying. Ending. Okay. Okay, so we're going to start this race right from scratch. So launch the stock race. Show the race setup. So it's ascending. 4-minute race. Change from the open. Sort on the delta. People have asked about the different sorts. Forget about it. Just use delta right now. I have no idea what the other ones would do. Auto rerun, of course. Auto start at time. So I'd want this to start at 9:30 every day. Okay. And now we run the race now based on change from the open. And the biggest loser wins. Okay, that's all. The biggest loser wins. Okay, let's see what happens. If it's working out the way I think it should, I can always give that to you guys. So, on days where the market is doing this, maybe more productive to take a look at the biggest losers. 3,000% down. Yeah, it's maybe the market, maybe these, we're starting to wisen up to this. I mean, it's nonsensical that this should go up the way it did. Nonsensical. All the way up to what, 186 or whatever it got up to? Nonsensical. Well, it's up to you, Ron. I mean, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it before the market. It's completely up to you. If you open it, you want it to start racing immediately, fine. I like to start it at 9:30 Eastern time. But so there's no better. I just prefer to have it open, start the racing at 9:30, that's all. And I run it to 6, because you can still, this is great to be used after hours too. Yeah, if you want to see, well, literally, when you open your program, Trade Ideas, and you've got these races, and say if you open it before 9:30 Eastern time, and you say auto start on low, well then it'll start to run the races immediately. Totally up to you. You just say six, run it until six. You know, you'll have until. I guess it's here actually. It's not quite. If you put 6 o'clock here, right there in that box, exactly, delaying the replay to six. Exactly. Should be a little more clear. It should probably say run race from 9:30 to 6. Okay. Still kind of a work in project or a progress. This is what I wanted to say. Work in progress. Okay. And again, you bring up a good point. You know, the replay feature is pretty cool. If you say you miss a day, or say you can't, you're not in front of you're a person who's not in front of your computer all day long. Probably a lot of you are like that. Let's say what you can do is you can replay the race between 9:30 and 4:30, or 9:30 and 4, or I guess until you want it to start, the replay to start. But the bottom line, actually, I don't think so. Yeah, I think, yeah, it is just market hours, because the race is 6.5, or the replay mode is 6.5 minutes long. 6.5 hours is 9:30 to 4:30 or 4 o'clock. Okay. So it is 1 minute per hour. So the replay mode, it'll go through 6.5 minutes, which is 6.5 hours. And you'll see, I mean, it's pretty cool. You'll see the race as it happened all day long. More importantly, though, it'll show you what the top 10 list was. So you can take a look at that top 10 list and you can make up your mind. I mean, look at Nerve as an example. You might think, wow, I better be watching Nerve on Monday. And look what it did today. I better be watching Nerve on Monday. I don't know what it's going to do on Monday, but I certainly, I want to know about it. Maybe put it on a watch list somewhere. So what I'm going to do, this is the large cap. So I'm going to save it. Anybody wants it, they can have it. It's not going to be terribly dynamic. It's just a flip of the large cap gainers. You don't see huge moves, but again, maybe that's more what you want. Probably be more interesting at the beginning of the day. Oh, there's Poe back doing his thing. Mr. Bounce. You mean the 10 SMA? Well, I have it on my 15-minute chart. How is it doing? If I see it, if I click on an alert and it's getting close, I'm aware of it. But other than that, I don't really pay that much attention to it. It has to happen. Like it's like the FMTX. I mean, there it is. So I guess if it pulled back to it, I'd be interested to see what happens at the 10 SMA. A lot of the times, the things I'm seeing though are like far enough away. They're not far enough. Wrong phrase. They are away from it. They're not coming into it. maybe at the beginning of the day, but I'm not using it like any kind of a, like there's a nerve as an example. Look at nerve right now. So it got into the 10 SMA. So this is kind of interesting. So it's more Vicky clicking on the alert. It's not that I know where the 10 SMA is before I click on the alert, and then you just see it. So this is kind of interesting. Is that 10 SMA going to hold? Now I know Steve's got, I guess he's got a scan called jam down to the 10 SMA. Doesn't get too many alerts from it, but maybe that's what you want. Hey guys, I'm just following a discussion at Trade Ideas right now. Okay, guys, so I'm sorry. So look at this. I mean, maybe this 10 SMA is going to hold for nerve. It's possible that it's going to hold it. Looks like it's holding it, guys, for a while anyway. Nice bounce for Poe. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but I mean, I guarantee if it takes out 10 again, boy, this could just have another run. It's really, I mean, it's 973 is a major area for to try to get through. 973. I don't know, Zach, if you're still in this as a short if you're bound to determine that it's going to go back to the low eights. But so I'm not trying to trade against you or anything. It's sort of showing though what I'm seeing. All right, some of you are looking at drug. Interesting little move for drug, holding three. What did it get up to? Got way up to here, 420. So it's still got $1 to that high. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but it has room to move. Boy, nerve, guys. Wow. Resilient so far. See how well it does at that 950 mark. Now, drug has room. I mean, I look at this and I think, okay, 345 to 350 in theory. That's where there's to me, a lot of resistance for drug on the 15-minute chart. Look at the volume, 96 million shares. I mean, yesterday was its record. It's possible. It's possible that now I guess not. In 2 hours left, it's got to do a little over 50 million, so it won't do it, but still huge, huge volume. 48 times normal still. And of interest, there's that 10 SMA. It looks like it's trying to get through it. I mean, that's just the reverse thinking, of course. A stock going into the 10 SMA, will it bounce back below for a short, as an example? Or if it takes it out, does that become a new support area? Here's a new one, guys. I haven't seen Pear all day. Pear Therapeutics just showing up. Not a huge percentage move, but you can see that it's been moving. A little bit of volume coming in. Let's back this daily chart out and see what we see here. Yeah, so it's got some room, maybe to two, maybe. All right, trying to hold three, Little blip, just a little blip down below it. Yeah, meanwhile, the SPY just sink, sink, sink. Remember these days? Seemed like a year ago. Remember these days, guys? Okay, guys, and this drug, I mean, just because of the volume, look at the volume, 97 million, 7 million in the float. Man, that's a tight stop. Were you on the nerve? What's the spread on that? All right, let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? I haven't talked about that for a couple of days, maybe 3 days. I'm going to take 500 shares of drug right at the market, okay? So I've just taken, didn't use this buy button. I'm going to explain why I'm doing it like this. Okay, so I'm in this trade in the simulator, 500 shares of drug at 309, okay? I'm going to add a stop order at 289. And we're doing this to make the math easy. You see a red line will show up on the chart, which will say minus 100 approximately. Well, right, okay, it's actually right on minus 100, okay? So why did all this happen? First of all, when I take a trade, I actually look for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So unless I can check every single box, and I've got about 6 things, it doesn't matter what my checkbox is or my checklist is. But unless I can check everything, I don't take the trade. So let's say, assume I could check every box, so I take the drug trade, take the drug trade. But guess what? Just because I think it should work doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have a stop. And my stop is always going to be based on, what I see on a chart usually, where I think there might be a support area. So if it broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. So I put the stop on purpose at 289, which happens to be 20 cents away. I wanted it to, whoa, look at nerve now. Wow. No kidding, Poe. Did you get stopped out though? I mean, I know it dipped down just a little bit below 940. Wow. Yeah, he's got that look over 10. I'm not telling anybody to do what I may do, okay? Oh, you moved it to 930. Okay, well, good for you. So let me get back to this as I'm watching Nerve. So I put the stop 20 cents away. I wanted to make the math super simple because the next step is, okay, if the trade doesn't work, yes, maybe you agree with me, you should have a stop. You should have a place where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. Now, how are you going to put your stop? That's going to be up to you. That's why you've got to practice. If I were starting out, I would probably put my stop maybe at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason I say that is that is a defined number. I mean, we know what the low, I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Whereas somebody, the way I do it, and I sort of sizing up what I see on a chart, the way I size something up does not necessarily mean that you're going to size it up the same way. So, put the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. Practice that. So that's your stop. That's where you're going to get out of the trade. Now, the next step is how much you're going to risk on the trade if it doesn't work. If you have a $5,000 account, hopefully it makes sense that you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I like to show a risk of $100 per trade. That's why I took 500 shares, understanding though that I knew my share size varies from trade to trade. It's based on the difference between my entry and my stop. And again, I put my stop 20 cents away on purpose to make the math simple. So If I divide, the difference is 20 cents. If I divide that into the $100 that I'm risking on the trade, I get 500 shares. Now you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with the same risk. I always take about the same risk every trade. So in other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, $50 the next. I'm taking about the same risk every trade. So you can set up an Excel spreadsheet with that risk amount, and then you input your entry and your stop, and that'll tell you how many shares to take. And I understand. I mean, stock might move a little bit, so I'm not going to get hung up if I was supposed to take 500 and really I took 480 or 520. I mean, it's not, I'm not going to get too hung up on that. But so that's what I do. Okay, so having a stop is so important. It hurts me when I hear people say, "Oh man, I lost a lot on that trade." The only reason a person loses a lot on a trade is because they didn't have a stop. You should have always a manageable risk amount so you can last. You don't want to blow up your account. Getting stopped out is part of trading, guys. Okay, you're going to get stopped out. I get stopped out, but it's a manageable risk, and you just move on. Another way to look at it is that, I get stopped out of a trade, but maybe it sets up again later on the same way. Maybe I was just a little bit early. Maybe, the market really turned on me just after I got into the trade, and that affected the trade. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why a trade is not going to work. So now the next step though is obeying your stop. So practice in the simulator. If you cannot make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money, with your real account, with real money. Now, unfortunately, making money in a simulator does not necessarily mean that you're going to make money once you start trading for real. One of the things is that, it's easy enough to obey your stop in a simulator. It's just play money, right? A lot more difficult sometimes when you take a trade and you cannot believe it's not working. Maybe it's got an additional bonus. I mean, one of the reasons I take a trade does not have to be news or earnings or anything like that. That to me is a bonus. So you get into a trade and you've got that bonus working for you. It's got news. The room is talking about it. It's so exciting, and it still doesn't work. It's hard to convince yourself, though, that it's not working. You're so convinced that this has to work. So you say, okay, you know what? Maybe my stop was a little close, too tight. Wait a moment. So maybe my stop was a little tight. So you know what? I'm not going to obey my stop because I know it's going to come back. I know it's going to come back. So you let your $100 manageable loss turn into two, three, four, $500 before you finally exit the trade, and kicking yourself for not obeying your stop. And for those of you who've been in the room for many months, you know what I'm going to say. Almost as worse as not obeying your stop and having it. Now you're down two, three, $400, and then it does turn around, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you congratulate yourself. You say, "Oh, so glad I did not obey my stop." And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, not obeying your stop over and over and over again can really, really destroy your account. Commissions are so cheap now, even if you have to pay half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. So you either have zero commissions or some very, very low number. That's not a reason for sticking around a trade. Thinking, wow, I don't want to pay the commission. In the old days, when commissions were crazy, and I'm talking in the 90s and all, when you pay commissions of two, three, four, $500 before online brokers were around. I mean, yeah, it was pretty tough. So all I can say is practice trading. Practice, practice, practice trading before you commit money to the market. I don't know, we get the question, well, how long is that going to take me? I have no idea. How long is it going to take you? I have no idea, because everybody moves at different speeds, has different learning curves, etc. But you could spend 3 months in a simulator easily before you actually start trading. I don't know why people think that all I have to do is fund your account, have a great program like ours, which is called Trade Ideas, okay, not trade everything you see, and think that it's easy. I'm going to be able to make money immediately. There you go. Only 0.025. Okay. I've always said half a cent a share, so maybe they've dropped it. I mean, that's insanely low. It shouldn't be a deterrent, really. No, unless you're buying a million shares, okay, I get it. But even then, I mean, if you were doing that at IB, you could work something out. But I mean, so a word about my stop. So watching drug right here. Again, this is in the simulator. So as I see the way it's trading, if I don't like the way it's trading, I don't have to absolutely wait for my stop to get stopped out. My stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. So, a lot of what I do is a little bit of feel. So if I get into something and maybe the market is really starting to drift down, not that a lot of these should not be totally affected by what the market's doing, but if I just don't like the way it's trading, maybe the volume is completely dried up, I can get out of the trade. I will get out of the trade earlier. Okay, so just to show you again, I, I can flatten a trade. So if I want to highlight, I just highlight the trade and then I flatten it. So I got out, for a $76 loss in the simulator, as opposed to waiting for the 100. Now it may turn around, of course, but that's how I trade. My stop is the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay, just give me a moment, please, guys. I want to get rid of something on. Okay, maybe hard to see, but you can see the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart, and you can see how, this is the reverse. See how it's, as Steve would call it, slamming into the 10 SMA many, many times. Let's see if I can bring that up on a bigger chart. There we go. So there's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. See how it's tried several times and it keeps getting rebuffed, rebutted, as opposed to the nerve, which kind of held. I mean, you've got to sort of because this is so volatile, but you can kind of see that the 10 SMA has been kind of holding it, as it's moving up, 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 up. I mean, it did break down a little bit here and a little bit here, but not much. But at this point, with these topping tails, 10 doesn't look as good now. I mean, what did it get to? Did it get to 10? Yeah, it got right to 10. My alert said at 10:07. Didn't, so that was my area of interest. Didn't hit it. Meanwhile, guys, Domo, Domo, Domo continues its way down. That's, I'm just reading your comment about your sunboo color. That is very cool. You're right. I mean, they don't change. They don't, well, maybe now that's changing. They don't teach the stock market. I mean, it doesn't have to be how to trade, but just, the mechanics. Like, what is it? What is the stock market? I'm not kidding. I mean, somebody thought I was kidding the other day, but I've got people who know nothing about the stock market. I mean, you got to understand that if you're in this room day after day, we live and breathe it, okay? So we think certain things are so obvious. But, I've had people say, well, when a stock, when the shares are traded, does the company get the proceeds or something like that? And not understanding it is just a market, between anonymous buyers and sellers in theory, and the company's got nothing to do with it unless it's an IPO, et cetera, raising money. But they're thinking, well, when the stock gets is traded, does the company get the money? I mean, it sounds idiotic to us, but if you know nothing about it, that might be your first thought. Seriously. Steve, yeah. All right, guys. China Green Art Agriculture, CGA. Another, well, no, hardly any volume. Okay. Ah. And you can see the importance of a stop, guys. I mean, if I'd taken this trade for real, okay, and now it's at 287, I would have got stopped out. And who knows where this is going? I mean, remember now, this is, highly speculative and all. I mean, this could keep drifting down. I think I used the example, I think yesterday, this VACC looked really awesome, okay, for a while. And I think this is the one, I think I traded it 3 or 4 times. And I think I think it was 3 times. First 2 times I basically broke even. Okay. And the third time I actually lost a little bit when I think it took out, it went down, you got close to that 7. What if I said to myself, you know what? It's going to come back because look where it closed down way down here at 6, and so that is that would have been a massive loss. Well, massive. I mean, based on what I was prepared to lose, would have been several magnitudes more if I just got stubborn because I think it's going to come back. I'm not talking about holding it even. I mean, now it's even down worse. I'm just talking about having a stop and obeying it. And then you just move on. You just move on. Yeah, me about them. I mean, I know it's halted again, and it could be 22.55, 22.55. That's what I'm seeing here on the halt resume, but I'm just not interested right now anyway. Good for you, Paul. Yeah, for me, yesterday was sort of a miserable day because I can't, I think I had one other trade other than the VACC, and I just didn't really find anything. And, today wasn't shaping up to be that great in terms of number of trades and what I was doing, but, the nerve rescued me. Not rescued me, but I mean, it definitely made my day. And I'm still watching. I still have my alert set at 10:07. Doesn't mean I'll take the trade at 10:07. I just want to know if it takes out 10, okay? And then I'll see how it's trading from there. If it goes 10:07, 10:15, and I see the spread 10:15, 10:18, something like that, and it looks like it's increasing, I'll probably take some. Try to put a 10 stop on it and see what happens. But that again, not investment advice. And it may not happen. I mean, it looks like it's trying to drift down now. It looks like it's still sort of sitting on that 10 SMA. Will it finally crack it though? Really crack it? Oh, here it is. All right, that's a little more distinct. So now that yellow line is the 10 SMA on that SPY chart. I haven't seen Nerdy. I know you guys have been talking about Nerdy every now and then. I haven't really seen it today. Through the 200-day. One focus alone for me, nerve. So this will be a longer than 5 minute halt for the JZ. Halted at 2:31. It is now 2:37 or 2:37. So this is going to be longer than a 5 minute halt for JZ. All right, guys. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be probably putting myself on mute. Again, I'm here till 3:30. Hop back on the mic if I have to, but good time to ask questions right now. I'm probably not going to do anything, just kind of watching the nerve. So if you have any questions, feel free. Just give me a moment. I'll be putting myself on mute just for a moment. Well, guys, if this 10 SMA holds on the 15-minute chart for nerve, Professor Steve Gomez is going to be pretty happy. I don't think he's in this trade, but he can point to that. Yes, there were a couple of occurrences that it just dropped a little bit below, but for the most part, on such a volatile stock with such a low float, so far that 10 SMA, so far it's been holding. Hmm. Guess what, Denver? You'll be working on it for the rest of your life, as we all do. So don't beat yourself up. Yeah, I mean, I see that showed up on Scan about 10:09, 2173, but it kept moving higher and higher and higher. Yeah, so you could pick the top on that NEOG. Yeah, great short. All right, guys, I think what I'll do, I don't see any questions, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. I know it's a little early. Normally do it around 3. I'll put myself on mute. I'm still sitting here. I'm still here. So if you have any questions, I will hop back on the mic. Okay. Okay. I'll do it again. Okay, so Ahmed is asking what was the alert setting for stocks like Nerve? Well, again, the races. I mean, I hate to be a broken record, but the races. I mean, Nerve was showing up in the races over and over and over again early. I'm not saying it was super simple because I mean, at that float, 4.5 million in the float, it's going to be very, very volatile and risky. But it was showing up in the races, right from the beginning of the day. So you had opportunities, maybe, right around the 780 mark, certainly an opportunity over around 820, depending how many shares you take, in the stop. But I mean, it's the races, all about the races, Ahmed. Okay. And drug was actually one of those ones in the pre-market that we most of us saw. It didn't win a race. Interesting. It didn't win a race. That's because most of the action happened in the pre-market. Okay. I mean, look at the action in the pre-market. So, one of the scans I'm sharing is the pre-market scanner. So you would have seen this. I'm not saying you can, take the trade, but at least you would have known about it in the pre-market. And when the market opened, it spiked, but then it just drifted down for the rest of the day. That's why it didn't show up in the races. But nerve, certainly. So it's not a matter of settings. It's, I mean, I'm just going to say, have the race. You can have my race. And, nerve was, I mean, it was just awesome. You don't have to create anything other than, just follow this race. And look how many races it won, 14 races. Now, if you it depends when you turned on your computer. If you turned on your computer and you're looking here, sure, it's already spiked. Another key area for nerve when I did my video today, and it hadn't quite taken it out because I did my video at noon, was to take out that the high of 2 days ago. So even if you'd waited to that, even if you waited to 861, okay, and said, okay, I don't know if it takes out the high, let's see what happens. I mean, it went to 10, 1025. That's a great move and very quickly. So, there's no, just a matter of really following the ones that keep winning races. But a tough day today to go long anything. I mean, look at the market. I mean, even though we always say these sort of stocks, typically don't care what the market's doing. But I mean, at some point, people are just going to say, I'm not buying anything. I don't care if it's speculative, like low float. I'm just not going to buy anything right now. Well, I mean, at some point, I won't necessarily be displaying it. Okay, this is sort of the test drive. The other thing too is that you can watch, but I mean, it's so much easier to click on the alert, click on it, see what's happening. And just because again, something is winning a race doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You've got to have some trading experience. You got to practice in our simulator. Now, there are other ways you could have seen nerve. I mean, there's a 10-day daily breakout that I have. It's a scan I'm sharing. You don't see that. Also, if you had the momentum scanner, that's another way in which you would have seen nerve. So there are other ways. I tend to just concentrate on this, but there are other ways you can see it. And again, those two, momentum, Momo, and the 10-day daily breakout, a couple of scans that I am sharing, which you don't see. So that's why you would have to be a subscriber. So, Emma, there's no such thing as the best scanner among the new daily highs, two times RV, turbo breakout, whatever. I mean, try them. There's no such thing as the best. That's why we have several. Some ideas may appeal to you, some ideas may not appeal to you. Okay, so there's no such thing as the best scanner. My advice is you can try them. Now you're talking about scans that were built a long, long, long time ago. Okay, when we didn't really have a lot of listen, my advice is that take a look at the races. Okay, this race is not necessarily the be all and the end all. You can always construct your own race, with top list settings that you want. Here's another one. I've got the large cap gainers from the open. This now again on a day like today, really going to be tough to see any large cap gainers from the open on a day like today when the market's down 800 points. But this scan that you see here is can be very volatile. This is a little more calm. That may be something that you'd rather see. But it's everybody has different trading styles. So there's no answer to what is the best scanner. I mean, if there was such a thing as the best scanner, then that's all we would show you. Okay, we wouldn't have anything else. We just say, here it is. Here's the best scanner. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room because yeah, it's a question that yeah, I understand the question. I get it. But yeah, I mean, it depends on a person's trading style. I mean, all those scanners that you talked about, the two times relative volume, turbo breakup, new daily highs, those are all basically momentum type plays. You know, stocks making new highs for the day, and all. That may not be what you want to see. A lot of people don't like that. A lot of people would rather see something that pulls back to a certain level. You have to figure out your trading style. I'm not just talking to you, but a person has to figure out, a trading style. Wow, look at this market, man. Oh man, just ever since that 410, yeah, that 410 break was pretty critical. It looks like anyway. We'll see though. I mean, we've seen that. I know everybody. I know you guys are really doom and glooming it, and it may happen, but we'll see. Did I hear the speech? No, I didn't hear it. I mean, I know he was pretty bleak, but I didn't hear the speech. No. Somebody asked if I heard Jerome's speech today. Obviously had a a bit of an effect on the market. So you guys, yeah, you're talking about 3M. You hit with a lawsuit or something? Bankruptcy Shield, mass earplugs claims. What the heck is that? It's military earplugs. A setback for the. Wow. I had no idea they were into earplugs. Of course, it's a conglomerate, so I guess they could be into lots and lots of different things, obviously. Well, is that being has been litigated for years now? Okay. Yeah, so I can't give investment advice like that. You know, your question was it's not good to pull out and then put back in. I mean, we don't know where this market's going. I mean, listen, you go to 10 different TV stations, you might get, or listen to 10 different economists, you might get 10 different ideas about what could happen. But I can't sit here and say, yes, you should pull out and sell everything right now, wait for it to go down further, and then get back in. I mean, I have no idea where this market's going. I'm more of an intraday trader, so that's why, it doesn't really affect me too much, the longer term trades or where I think the market's going. So I am, I'm AC, I'm not the right person to ask that. But if you're learning, I don't know if you have our program, but you should practice in our simulator. Practice trading first. I mean, there are many, and in the main trading room, we're talking about that, and others, and not just them, but that 410 level was pretty important on the SPY, and you can see that it was trying to hold for a while, and then it gave it up. But like you always have to take, look at the bigger picture. And again, I don't know where this market's going. There are some, that think it's going to get just absolutely clobbered, and it might happen, but I don't know. But if you look at the time frame here, weekly time frame, as an example, so we had a great run, from that 364, about what 3 month run, maybe about 3.5 month run. That looked like it, right? I mean, that looked like we were dead. I mean, we had some massive gap down days, and then and I don't want to get into why this happened. We can talk about printing money. We can talk about everything. It happened, okay? So it got all the way back up to 431. And then, we've had 2 bad weeks, and especially this week is a big red candle. Now, where it goes, I don't know. I don't know. I would probably start off with standard AC. Okay, I don't honestly think there's a big need to get our premium service. Unless you're, I would start off with standard. You can always upgrade later to premium if you really want to take a look at what our AI does. But I would probably start off with a standard subscription. And what you can do, if you click on my homepage link, I would start off with a standard monthly subscription. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, so this is what you'll see. So there's a promo code for called First Place 25 to get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. So this is what I would do to make sure you want the program. You can start off with a monthly standard. You'll get the 25% off that first month, 118. Okay. If you decided that you really wanted to get an annual after having it for about a month, you can always upgrade as long as you do it within 30 days. So there's no rush to take out an annual if you were thinking of an annual, number one. But I would start off with a standard monthly. Now, you can maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. Just know that that's what you'll pay going forward, 118. There's the premium. But I would probably start off with a standard. You get everything except for the AI. And the AI is an acquired taste, shall we say. I'm not saying so. I mean, I don't think our standard service is great. Hopefully Dan is not listening, but our standard service is excellent. I think you've got virtually everything. You can practice trading in the simulator, have access to the races. Now, this is when I say the racing and the simulator, you have to be using our app, not the web-based version. Okay. And I just heard a little beautiful ping that's sounds like the end of my stint.
I was fighting hard to get in here early, Barry, but they won't let go of me.
They will let go. That's okay. Just give me a moment here as
I was going to say, I'll give you a moment here to finish up what you're doing.
Yeah. So AC, okay. So you heard my explanation. So no mad rush. The usual reason why people take out an annual is because they want to take advantage of the best possible discount on a monthly basis. I get that. You're paying for the annual upfront, etc. But you've got to look at the terms and conditions of our annual. So we get people who are 2 months in and maybe they can't trade anymore and they're looking for a refund. It won't happen. So there's no mad rush to do that. You can start off with a standard, and especially with that 25%. And if you do decide you want to go to an annual, you can, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. Okay. So you can still have an opportunity to try us out with a good discount. And Chris, that's it for me.
I'll make the screen swap now.
That's it. Okay.
And
if AC's got any other questions, you can have it.
I'll do my bestest. I'm gonna. I just want to make sure you understood when I was talking about the links yesterday in the trader thread about that.
Yeah, I'm still. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I've got my home page,
Right.
and so everything is just a second. I mean, so there's my home page, okay?
Right.
And so here it is. I understand what you're saying, the code, but there it is. I'm not sure what the massive difference would be.
Just reinforcing it. That's all.
Okay. Okay.
With all the hoops and things that we've had recently with that. So it's a trick that I've been using. It's worked a little better. That's all.
Okay. Okay. I'll try.
Anyways, you go have yourself a well-deserved, relaxing weekend.
I will.
And I'll try to hold it down for the next hour.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Have a good weekend yourself.
You too. Take care, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
So let's see, everybody. Happy Friday. We made it, right? That's it. Thank God. It has been a challenging week, to say the least. We had a really good number of test drivers. I do hope that everybody that was in the test drive got a lot out of it. It was an active test drive week in the sense of the market. We had a crazy start for a week there with some of these low float stocks and going crazy, and then things calm down for a second, and then they pick back up, and then you've got this crazy finish to the week here. And as I've made a lot of reference and mention to, we're in a bear market. I've said it every day before I end, and today is the reason why I kept saying it. We're in a bear market till we're not. And I just hope, everybody's been patient or being patient. And I can't stress enough that I, more than anybody else on this planet, can understand wanting to get right in, trade, and make money. And I started in a great bull market when I started in 2017. I mean, rip-roaring bull market, and I still struggled. And so what I couldn't possibly understand is how tough it is to start right now. I can think about it, I can kind of get how tough it would be to start right now in this bear market, but I don't have the experience in starting a bear market like this with trading. So I'm a believer in giving yourself a break, but also being hard on yourself. There's a time for both. And I think right now is a time to, give yourself a break in two senses. One, when something goes bad, if you followed your rules, if you had a trading plan, you executed the plan, it didn't go well, give yourself a break, analyze it, see if the plan after several trades is just what's not working, which is okay. That happens, right? But if you're executing the plan, you're staying disciplined, and you just find that maybe it's not the right plan, that's all. You adjust, you make an adjustment, you move on. But where you be hard on yourself is, especially in a bear market, if you're just not following rules, you're not putting stops in, you're not share sizing properly, you don't have a plan, well, then shame on you. That's your own fault, and you should be kicking your own butt like that. So with all that said, just one bit of action for me today in both my accounts with IB and TD and NERV. Nice trade, went well. No, I'm lying. I had a bad trade today. What did I have a bad trade in? I forget. It was a Chinese stock. I can't even remember anymore.
NERV.
Gee whiz, Chris. You're the worst. Now I closed IB too, so I don't even know. Maybe it was this. No, it wasn't that. No. I just can't remember anymore, folks. Too many things to keep track of these days, it seems like. I'm trying to see if oh, wait. Was that it? NCPL? Nope. 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 I don't know. I can't find it anymore. I apologize. So, couldn't it be on support today? No, it can't be on support today. I'm not even going to look at it and say that. No, it's a bear market. I mean, if you want to call this support, sure. I'm not going to call it support. I'm not going to call it support today. I mean, where's the support really? You know what I mean? Like, no. If we bounce off of this, then we'll have called it support, but it's not support today. The thing is just on a steady downtrend. You can't get a green candle to buy your life right now. So no, I mean, in hindsight, we may look back in a week and say that it was support, but no, not today anyways. I mean, it's a bear market. It's just as simple as that. So here we go with HUSA. That's interesting. That's coming on alive right now. A little bit of volume, and INDO2. So definitely have my eye on those next week as we move forward. So just saw this jump on the races, and I took a sizable loss on that yesterday. PULM, is that it? Yeah. So I just saw this pop up on the races, but no, I think it's just a pump and dump going on right now with that. Yeah, I took a trade in it yesterday here when I thought it was going to break above, and and I had a stop down here at the low of the day and got stopped out pretty quickly yesterday. So well, that's what happens. That's the way the cookie crumbles. How to set the audio alerts. You'll have to. You can't use races for audio alerts. So if you heard that audio alert from me, it was on my price alerts window. I'll duplicate that and bring it over. Duplicating free floating. So with whether it's an alert window, a multi-strategy window, or a price alerts window, you can right-click, go to Actions, check Play Sound, set up sound, select text-to-speech. Text-to-speech will only work in our downloadable app for Windows. If you're on the web version, you're stuck with like a beep or asterisk or something like that. That's it. And then here's from, where is it? Somewhere in here. User's guide. That's what I want. Sound alerts, copy link address, and paste, and there's sound alerts. So that's to give you the text for the sound alerts there, Amit, and that demonstration on screen. Oil is up strong after Powell comments, but price of Saudi said they could cut output earlier this week, and Powell can't beat the Saudi by them cutting the output. Yeah, I mean, I am flipping my oil script, or well, I should say energy XOP. Energy script a little bit here. The mouse would stop going crazy on me. That would be nice. Felt like this was a big line to get through. We've not only gotten through it, we're pulling away from it, looks like. I still maintain you'll have to be very selective with energy stocks, more so than you were in this bull run here. Here, you could basically pick an energy stock out of a hat and have it go up. I don't think that will be the same right now. I think you have to be more selective. The basis of that selection for me will just be charts. That's it. Yeah, that's it. But I'm back onto being an energy bull again. Things look really bad for the entire world for energy right now, like really bad. And unless they decide to give up this huge green push for now until technologies are better or caught up with the energy demand that we have, there's absolutely nothing going to stop what's going to happen right now. Natural gas looks really, really strong to me, regardless of what went on today. It looks like the buyers are going to come in here and keep buying these dips for now. I could very well be wrong. I'm fine with being wrong. But as the dust settles from this week, I will start to look at some stocks like this here and possibly taking some long positions on them as a longer term play. I wouldn't even call them a swing play, but a lot of people believe we're in a super cycle for commodities and energy in general. I can't really argue that. I wasn't fully subscribed to it, but looking at this right now, there's COVID lows, come back down, and I thought that crash was going to be more damage than it was, and it hasn't been now. And so here we are. But just my 2 cents, anyways, for whatever that's worth. PED. I mean, nothing there. It's not participating with the rest of the market. It just looks like it has spikes. I don't know why. You get these spikes for some reason. There's nothing else here as far as I'm concerned. And it looks like it's traded in huge lots. Look at this 15-minute chart, how it gaps around like that. So that tells me that those are all just big share lots that are happening there, probably 10, 15,000 share buys. So, I mean, there's no chart case here. There may be an underlying fundamental case. I don't know. But they've got, they don't have much debt. They've got good cash. They've got good revenues compared to debt. So I don't know. That's, there's a good fundamental case there, I guess. And I would also say, there's no short float. I mean, no short float. And what short float was there, they've moved out now also. So you got a fundamental case there. But that doesn't, that's not my cup of tea, generally speaking. But also, I'll say this: you got a $1.15 stock. I mean, I've had $1.15 stops on day trades before. So, I mean, a $1.15 stop on a swing trade. I mean, you take, a position in this, whatever it is. I don't know, 50 shares, a million shares, whatever it is that someone sees. It can, I go, whatever your risk appetite says. What's the worst you can do? 0 on this. It's not like trading the actual commodity where we've learned a few years ago it can go negative. The stock won't say can't go negative, but it would be a first. So with that said, you can't really argue it. You know what I mean? It's defended this level for a long time pretty well as well. You got a little dip there and a little dip there below that, but it's really defended this level for a long time. So, you can't really argue against it. That's for sure. Yeah. So, I mean, on a fundamental basis, I couldn't argue against that. It seems, seems as reasonable as anything to get into. INDO, here we go. Volume's still staying up here in the stock right now. What's Husa doing? Wow, nerves blasted through 1035. I'm dying that I close that freaking position. Each USA, why did you not load? There you go. Volume really coming into this one too. So while these could be speculative plays, you could on a swing idea. This is not me recommending at all, but this is the kind of thing I might look to next week if things hold the way they are. A stop down here off that gap, right? So it's put us at a couple dollar stop, $2 stop. Maybe take a shot at it. And that's assuming it doesn't run away before I can grab it next week. If it all of a sudden in the pre-market or something, it just goes crazy, nothing we do. But SPY's really giving it up right now too. And I bet the Qs are, right? Yeah, I mean, there's the Qs. Here's the SPY really giving it up right now. SPY's really giving it up. I mean, come on, man. I'm down 3% in a day. That's pretty significant. 3.25% in a day. And I think that we're going to keep selling off right now. These compare count windows. Look at that. Market's getting slaughtered. You have no new highs, none in the larger caps. Tiny bit in the small caps. But look at that. I mean, that is a bear market, true and true. So yeah. Anywho. The video. What happened there? Oh, look. Maybe it is support, Michael Anthony. Maybe, right? Did we get support? NVIDIA, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, it looks almost exactly like a SPY or a Q chart right now. Ugly. Intel, another day down, after it gave up everything it did yesterday and then some. We're in a bear market. That's all there is to it. It's sad. It makes me sad. I don't like bear markets. Not good for anybody. This damn thing. So on this big move here, I decided to sell some, and then as we started breaking this 815 EMA, I decided that would be it for me. I had this feeling like it would do 11 today. Still just might. And the reason I had that feeling was this: the market was already getting rocked, and there really is no other big plays going on right now. And so with a low float, a lot of action has been in this already. It was really the only play in town for day traders today. You can make an argument. NRDY had a bit of a move for second. TCRT had a little bit of a move, but not, what I mean, like not crazy. And it has a big float on it. So you're not attracting a lot of day traders in that regard. CHG, I think. No, not that. Well, maybe it was Alki. No. I feel like, okay, yeah, NEOG was another one that made a nice move, but it was a higher price stock. And again, 100 million in the float, which I don't think is quote unquote a huge float or anything. But, as far as those small plays that people are looking for that big whip up, NERV was it today. There was no other play out there for those people, those types of traders. So everybody had to pile into this one. That's my 2 cents there on why I think it did what it did. But I took the money and ran, regardless that I left quite a bit on the table. All right, yeah. So I mean, that's about take out high of the day, the last candle there. Yeah, people need to go somewhere exactly. I don't short, Muhammad. I rarely short. I probably made 2 short or 3 short trades this year. So and I probably made about 50 short trades in my 5-year trading career. So I just don't short. I wouldn't know where to point you towards it. But if I was going to short, I'd look for momentum to really fall. And these moving averages never really crossed down. So I would have never been a believer in a short sale on this at all. There is no sweet point here. And stocks can go up forever. So yeah. So unfortunately, I don't really have a spot to send you as far as that goes. SJ, is this San Juan Trust again? No. Okay. I don't know what you are. Another nonsense Chinese stock, 4 million in the float. Well, was that it with under 10 minutes to go? Just might be. So man, HUSA really trying to make that move here. So, all right, that's life from the trading lane. There wasn't a whole lot else I really looked at today, to be honest. I saw this TKLF. made that big move. Nothing to do there. TELL, gas and oil, but didn't really pick up the way I thought it might have. I saw Rite Aid, rad, interesting. They gapped up for whatever reason. Really held the line for the day. Some volume coming in here at the end, but anything that I'm pointing to right now is looking at it as a day trade. So just nothing there, to be honest. And we see, like these inverse ETFs like this popping up here. I mean, not a great look for the market as the market continues to make new lows now too. More inverse ETFs, more inverse ETFs. Oh, no, that's Bank of Montreal. Sorry, that's an inverse ETF. That's an inverse ETF. That's an inverse ETF. So that's an inverse ETF. Get some green here. Oh, it's an ENT, inverse ENT. Hilarious. No, that little blue arrow is from my price alert. This is telling me what candle my price alert went off on. You see my price alerts here. That's all. If I type NERV, blue arrow's gone now. See, it's only because I clicked on it for my price alert. No scan. And did we get 11? No, like 90, 91. So close, yet so far away. All right, there we go. Yeah, of course, Mom. EVLN. I'm just curious of what's closing here. Let's take a look real quick as we wrap up the market at my evening scan. So obviously NERV is going to be there. And then let's go down the line. Inverse ETF, inverse ETF. I don't know who they are, but that's impressive. That's a Chinese stock. That's impressive. Inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse, 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 energy. So this is strong. This is a really strong play right here. Really strong chart. Big float. So, it's not going to go crazy, but there are some shorts there that might have to think about covering their positions, because where are they short from? Are they short from back here? Are they short from here? Are they short from here? No way to really know. But as this thing encroaches that level, you better believe that if they are short anywhere in these areas here, I'm going to have to consider closing those short positions. Not for squeeze, that there's no way that a 5% short float will create a squeeze, but just create some upward momentum. That's all. I'd say that's nowhere near. You couldn't. I don't think you could squeeze a stock that large of a float, to be honest. Some nonsense. I'm guessing some other inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF, inverse ETF. Oh, no, agricultural fund. Interesting. Moo was up the last couple of days, I believe. Frontline. So another really strong looking chart there. More energy. Commodities. And last but not least, commodities. So we can see everything is either commodities or an inverse ETF here, right? With the exception of TAL, it's some Chinese education stock, which I don't trust at all. What does time stop do? That's just a timed exit. And so you could set a stop saying close my trade at whatever time. Like, putting a sell on close order or something like that would be considered a time stop. Yes, Chris, that can be shared. Let me pull it up here. And then, sorry, Jamie, I just saw your comment there. Give me 1 second. I just want to drop a link for this. My evening scan share. Copy. Close, and paste. And off you go. For the 50 SMA, yeah, here I got one for you right now. As a matter of fact, for a pullback for the 50 SMA, I think I got one. Yeah, here you go. This is actually, I believe, either Steve or Andy's scan. I think it's Andy, but it might be Steve. This is a big go-to scan for Andy. I know Andy's, it's a big go-to scan for Andy. I just can't remember if it was Steve or Andy that made it. So you got that right there for you. And then I'll go over my evening scan, and then I'll open the 50 scan afterwards, go over that as well. Sorry, just messaging back and forth with Stephanie, just something we're trying to figure out and square away here. So in this scan, what I did is I'm looking for stocks between $4 and $40. They got to be 75% above their 20-day range, 75% above the low of their 20-day range, 75% above the low of today's range. Have to have traded a 1 on their relative volume, which means they're trading at least what they're normally trading over the last 30 days or more than that. And it has to be at least 750,000 shares traded on the day today. So what I'm trying to do with this is capture momentum over the last 20 days and momentum today closing well at also. In the last bull run that we were in, this did very well for a long time where, stocks that I really like the chart, buying in that 3:38 hour, and then selling either, sometime the next day or 2 days later, depending, in between, I'll say a 12-hour and 36-hour hold. Not every stock that came through here, I still went through and I charted and I made a list of stocks and, took, into consideration the sector and what the chart looked like and all those things like that. But, that's how I use that scan. It's been a while since I've really used it much, to be honest. So that's that scan. And then, go over that 50-day scan for you. 50. What are you doing, 50? So let's see, configure. Windows specific filter, hide unused. So looking at stocks between $1 and $500. Position on today's range, got to be 50% above the low of today's range. You got to be at least 0.01 above the 50-day SMA, and they got to be averaging 500,000 shares a day for the last 5 days. So that's what Andy had put in there. I'm pretty sure it was Andy that did the scan. Might have been Steve. Pretty sure it was Andy though. And it's sorting on the change from closed dollar value, although that's really irrelevant because slim pickings on that list anyways. So those are your stocks that meet that criteria right now. That's pretty slim pickings at the close, to say the least. So there is all of that. You are both welcome, Chris and Jamie. All right, Cody, that's something to be said, to have a green day on a day like today. That is not something to sneeze at. So, oh wow, I just realized the market closed. I didn't even realize that. Let's close that out. Could Nerve do 11? I'd be upset if it didn't. So close. Get so far away. There it goes. Come on. 95. You know you want it. They do it in the post market. Kissed it. Anywho. Interesting. Okay. It's a lot of trades. So let's take a look here. Let's get rid of that. So let's go with really weak close on the SPY. I mean, just, smash right through. There's no support. Its next support line is 400. The real next support line is this 393-ish, 394-ish. And that's why I didn't want to delete that line from a couple of weeks ago. I did delete the trend line that we had, that downward trend line. But now we can see a bigger trend intact, we could call it. So let's see, that was a major rally off of that, rejected. This is a major rally here that was now rejected. This is going to happen pretty quick, I have a feeling. I don't see any reason it doesn't. I have no idea what Jerome Powell said either today. I don't even want to know. I don't care. The trend is down, and I just, I've noted this here. That volume spike that, is the, the big sell-off here before summer break really happens. And then, there's our bottom, and we rallied on declining volume the entire way. This rally. And I said, rallies on declining volume are suspect. And our biggest volume day in, a month was on this here today. Not only that, but look, we almost did 100 mil on the SPY today. We haven't seen that in a long time. We almost did 2 times what we're doing over the last 30 days on the SPY for volume. That tells us everything we need to know about that rally, how fake it really was. Right? Now, I say fake, hopefully people made money on it. Again, I keep hammering this home. Some of the biggest bull runs are in bear markets, right? It's a pretty big bull run off of this low right here. It's a really big bull run. We're talking 60 points, 60 handles here on the SPY, right? But it doesn't change the fact that it was a bear market rally. Bull rally in a bear market. Qs. you know, pushed right through that line right there on us. So they got a date down here with 300. I think that's very likely to happen Monday or Tuesday. I don't see why not. I can't imagine there's going to be some good news that comes out that stops it. And, you know, I'm a technician, but I subscribe to, you know, what Matthew Verdow says. We're technicians who live in a fundamental world, cannot ignore the fundamentals. Inflation remains high. Energy prices are going through the absolute roof. They're going to crush the consumer. They're absolutely going to crush the consumer over the next couple of months. I think it's going to happen pretty fast. And then the thing that I said, you know, when I was talking about when we were rallying, you know, we can use the Qs or the SPY, it doesn't matter. You know, when we were rallying, I said, you know, perhaps the bull cases that from down here is we know all the bad news, right? We know inflation's high. We know there's a war, all those things like that. And energy prices were coming down. They're coming right back up at a time when energy prices normally go up anyways as we move into the heating season in the Northern Hemisphere, right? And inflation continues to sit way up there. I mean, I can tell you from my shopping experiences at the supermarket over the last 30 days, everything has gone up. There's not one thing in the supermarket that has gone down in price. Regardless of that, at the pump, we had quote unquote, you know, 2 months of straight down prices. You're about to see the price of the pumps move right back up again. And then I said the other thing that is going to matter for us to really rally is if layoffs don't happen. Every week we're seeing a few more companies trickle out some layoffs every week now. Hopefully it does not accelerate because it's just not a good feeling for people losing their jobs. But something tells me that that's part of what's happening here. So the macro picture is that, like everything else, the cycle will end at some point. This ends and we'll do this again. I don't see it happening for the rest of the calendar year. And I hope I am so wrong. I hope I am so very wrong. Yes, Cody. Yes, yes, it is. This is correct. And you want to, you know, you want to be able to, you know, I think it's nice. I think it's great if people can do a lot of scalping and they can do well with their scalping in that regard and their trading in that regard. I think it is a better feeling overall, at least for me, when you can make, you know, 10 solid trades for the whole week and you can do well on those 10 solid trades for the week. You know, a couple of trades a day. I find it more manageable for me without being in and out. It eases my nerves anyways. So just kind of my feelings on that. There's just something on here I wanted to click wheat. I just saw that popping up there and wanted to have a look again because remember what happened with wheat here. Interestingly enough, you know, bread at the supermarket, I feel like is as high as I've ever seen it, even after the sell-off on wheat. You got to wonder how much of this is still reflected in the price today from the futures and people pricing things. And NERV does 11. Got it. So, alrighty, there we go. That's a wrap for the trading week here. And I'm going to be honest, even though, I had an okay day today, I don't feel good about this week. I don't like seeing this bear market like that. It's not good for anybody. It's really bad for people with retirement accounts and things like that. Sorry, there's nothing good in my opinion that comes out of. I guess the good thing that comes out of bear markets is a lot of fat gets cut away and excess from companies, and weak companies will go down. At least that's the way it should be. And from the ashes rises the phoenix. I just think of the human element involved in it. That's all. The people that are looking to pull out of the market and retire, and then all of a sudden this happens to them, and they're kind of stuck. The 25-year-old that's got a 401k for, I don't feel bad for, the 65-year-old with the 401k. That they're the people I don't like to see hurt. I don't want to see anybody hurt, but they're the ones that I really feel for. So, anyways, with that said, that is the market. So let's just fly down. The list. I agree wholeheartedly, Hal. Survival of the fittest. Unfortunately, human beings are really good at manipulating natural selection in every fashion. So it is what it is. But that's a whole other topic. But if you personally ask me in 2020, when the world was coming to an end and all that, and the airlines had no reserve in cash or anything to keep them afloat, should have let them fail. Should have let every one of those airlines fail. And I'm sorry, but people would have got their jobs back. People would have come in and bought those airlines for pennies on the dollar. The airplanes are still there. The airports are still there. All the infrastructure still exists. Just that crappy management that has run those things into the ground so poorly for the last 50 years would have finally been punished in the way they should have been. But no, that was unfortunately not what happened. The same thing with the cruise lines and all that, especially they run those things on offshore accounts so they can dodge taxes in the United States and all that. And they're looking with their hands out. So, but anyways, with that said, let's run down the sector list here. TLT or 20-year bond. There's not much to comment on when it comes to bonds and things like this. I feel like as a technician, VXX is garbage. You don't do technical analysis on the VIX, at least I don't. But we can get into it with China. You had China trying to break this downward trend here. We'll see. Big gap up. And giving it up. Anybody that's been around for a little bit knows that when China made this move here, I started to get bullish here, made a nice move and a pullback and a nice move. And I was bullish all through that and into here. And as soon as this happened, lost my bullish on China. I still feel it's heavy that way for now on China, but we'll see. Shippers are really in bad shape overall. Really, really bad shape. And if anybody subscribes to Dow theory, the original tenets in Dow theory state that as the transport goes, so goes the economy, so goes the markets. It's part of confirmation with Dow theory. I don't think people subscribe to it quite like they used to, but I think this is a pretty clear indicator of what's gone on in the market overall. I think it's done very well so far, even though the shippers themselves, this index isn't a very liquid index. I think if you look at any of the Dow transports, anything to do with Dow transports or anything like that, I think you can see a clear correlation with all of that. Moving to the USO here, oil. Again, I'm flipping back to bullish on energy overall, but like I said, you're gonna have to be really picky on oil stocks. You got to find the quote unquote right ones, and there's no syllabus on the right ones. Same thing through here. I think natural gas is kind of where you want to be in energy overall. I think this chart and this chart confirm that. Just talked oil and energy. Again, China, same thing. Perhaps China wants to lead the way again. I don't know. If we can get a couple of closes above 30 on the K-Web and above 31 on the FXI, just going to jump back to the FXI really quick. If we can get a couple of closes above 31 on the FXI and a couple of closes above 30 on the K-Web, then maybe I can start talking China Bull again. Till then, fade it. Again, energy. I like the XOP better than the XLE. I still like it better than that. Same thing here. I still like the XOP best of the energy plays. Gold is garbage. Real estate is garbage. It's a REIT dividend, kind of all related. Looks terrible. Emerging markets looks terrible. The Utes holding up well. Your utilities, it's flight to defense. That's what you're going to see here. Again, you got to be picky and choosy. Agriculture, again, moving right up along with things. I think that's a clear correlation to supply and demand with food. Your steel sector, looks sick. Silver's garbage. Tan holds up well still for right now. I'll say tan still holds up pretty well considering what the market did overall. You got a lot more green here on tan than you did anything else. Your consumer staples, I think you're about to see that get real ugly. REITs again. Real estate, no good. No bueno. Your pharmaceuticals, that darling is dead now. There's really nowhere to hide. Lithium doesn't look as terrible as the rest of the market does overall, for whatever that's worth. And it just means that these ones that don't look terrible just might be dying a slower death. Maybe they will be some relative strength compared to the rest of the market. I mean, in a bull market, you're going to find 3, 4, 5, 6 sectors that look good. In a bear market, you're going to find 0 to 2 sectors that look good. So maybe tan and lithium are going to be our 2 sectors that are safe havens for a few weeks. Just like in July when we had all the masses selling off, you had the biotechs that look good. The IBB and the XBI. Those look good for a hot minute there during July. Perhaps LIT and TAN are where it's going to be for the next week or two, and everything else will be down. Again, oil, real estate. Again, I think real estate does not look good. Looks like it's really giving it up quickly here. Your banks don't look great. Again, consumer staples, same thing here. I mean, just real bad stuff. And especially let's look at this. We come out, we consolidate, and we make a move up, right? And this was a big pivot line, and I mean, it just shot right through it. I guess it's 75, right? I mean, just shot right through it. It didn't even try to challenge that at all. And so the next spot that you're looking at is, down there. That isn't a perfect line, but you're looking at, 72, 73, somewhere in here as your next spot. That happened. That could happen Monday easily. More real estate, same thing. Just not even trying to defend it. Telecoms, I mean telecoms. It's a terrible looking chart, anyways. Mining and metals kind of doesn't look as bad as all the rest right now. Doesn't look as good as TAN or LIT, but doesn't look as bad. Healthcare looks real bad. Banks continue to look real bad as we continue to go through them. Your broker dealers not looking so hot. So going to be your IBs and Charles Schwab's, whoever's publicly traded. That looks like 90 is coming up real fast for us here. More healthcare. That looks really bad. Not only does that look really bad from today's action, but look at this. Rejected off of all that and then gives it up hard. You're headed here and then you're headed here. So I go through all these, and of course anything could change around in a day or two. Look how fast this bull run just changed that we were in, right? It's not to say that it can't be turned around right now. All I'm saying is it's a bear market until proven otherwise. The trend is this way until proven otherwise. So You know, I love to see 450 on the SPY within the next 30 days. Unlikely. Love to see it. We see some price action change, you better believe I'll be flipping my script. You know, for 2 seconds, I was getting ready to flip it here. I said, if we can consolidate here, maybe a pullback and a bounce. That was not a pullback. That was a slaughter today. That was absolute slaughter today. What happened? RSI divergence on that China chart. Yeah. Is there a way to get the price of the previous minute? No, I don't think so. You can give us an email and we can look at it over the weekend, but I don't think that data exists within the system. Give us an email to SUPPORT@trade-ideas. Give us an email there and see about that for the previous minute. I don't think so, though. I don't think we store previous price data like that. Dave, I'd like to hear that. Let's take a look at that chart. DCGO. Oh, very nice. Oh, really nice reversal off of that move. Nice. Good deal. I'd like to hear green people on a day like today. It makes me feel a little better. I won't lie. I'm a little down. I was really hopeful that that we might be fighting out of this bear market. I was really hopeful, and today's price action kind of bummed me out, to say the least. So, but like anything else, you got to move on quickly from it. And like I said, I had an okay day today. I just don't feel good seeing the bear market. That's all. But thanks for popping in, Dave. And I, as well, equally hope you have just as wonderful of a weekend. I have a lot of walks in front of me this weekend. Get out there and really get my steps in all weekend in the hills. Yeah, of course you're welcome. If we can do it, we'll get you that custom over. But I just trying to think off the top of my head. I don't have all the data points in front of me, but I just don't think it exists. Let's try to plow through a few more of these before we wrap up for the weekend here. Got a couple minutes before I do on my walkout. This is your mid cap trust series that's evenly weighted, and I mean that. Look at this trend line down. I think this really kind of sets us up right here. I mean, the more touches, the more significant a trend is. 1, 2, 3. A little hiccup there. 4, 5. Yeah, 450 is likely on that on Monday or Tuesday, I would say at this point. And then of course, look, we don't go straight down always, right? That's not how trends work, right? Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, right? So at some point we'll bounce. And one of the things we have to be ready for is when that bounce happens, to pounce on it, right? And know that a secondary trend has started. This is the primary trend, right? That's our primary trend in the overall market. The MDY is a good representation of the overall market. And I want to point out even more so why it's a good representation of the overall market. You had a lot of people calling tops all through here, right? But the overall market, if you look at the SPY compared to this, continue to plug up during this time, right? But underneath, something was going on with market breadth that, real technicians were looking at. And then finally, it gave away here to this bear market, right? While we're technically still in a bull run all this time, really, we weren't in the bull run that everybody thought we were in. I think this is what I want to end on right here. I don't think there's any need for us to go through the rest of this here. I think we covered everything really well. Last thing I want to cover, the semis, all right? The semis have been one of the biggest leaders on the way up. They are one of the biggest leaders on the way down. And again, let's look at this trend, right? Where do we want to draw that line? We want to draw it here. We want to draw it here. You know, we want to draw it here. You know, the subjective stuff that we're doing here, but big time, big time, big time. Now, the last thing I want to end on is this, just what I saw with the MDY. Let's get rid of this trend line. Actually, let's leave that on there. Let's go back to MDY. All right. This is a compare chart, and we're going to compare it to the SPY. Chart style, comparison, SPY. All right. And this is what I want to compare it to now. Look at this. All this time that the MDY went sideways, right? But the SPY kept on. We had a little last pop here in the MDY on this big push on the SPY. And then that was it, right? So there was something really telling that was going on here, all right? And if we do it like this too, let's put up, compare it to also the RSP, right? This is the equally weighted S&P 500 versus the actual S&P 500. We can see that the RSP just wasn't quite following as strong as the overall SPY was through here. Selling off, and it was a little bit more at the beginning of these moves here, and there was some real changes happening. Now they're pretty close to mimicking each other at the moment. But I think that was important to really watch and look after there. So that's that. That's everything. Yeah, if you go to the accounts page, Cody, and look for symbols lists on there. So if you go here, if you go to login, and you go down here and you look for edit my liked symbols list right there on the accounts page on the website. That's the best way to do that. So that's that in a nutshell, everybody. You're actually right about the bear. TI can reveal great trades. I got some bear scanners too. Yeah, I'll try to come with some bear scanners next week. I just don't short much, so that's my biggest thing. Willow, you have a great weekend as well. But yeah, I agree, Dave. Look for some stuff under some key moving averages and where maybe they pulled back up to the key moving average, and it's a good rejection line for that as well. We can definitely cover that next week. So yeah, if you send that in to us, Thoud, send that in to that support email, and we'll take a look and get back to you on that. Nope, there's no other way. Just unharding the charts is the only other way. Unfortunately, Cody, I don't know why. I won't pretend to know why, but that's unfortunately the way it works as far as the my liked list. Kind of a bummer on that. So excuse me, just got to drop on something here. So that's a bear. Yeah, it's this. No doubt it's clumsy. Thank you, Dimitri. Appreciate it. So again, it's a bear market. That's all there is to it. We got a clear picture of what that looks like today. And for anybody that was, skeptical if we'd come through the woods, we haven't yet. Maybe in 3 weeks we will. It won't be next week for sure. All the important stuff I like to go over, what we do is hard. Please get outside, journal some stuff, journal your trades, why it worked, why it didn't work. Focus on both those reasons. Start to figure out how you eliminate the stuff that doesn't work. Start to focus on how you can leverage the stuff that does work in that. Get away from the screens for a little while. Go for a walk, a run, a jike, a hog, a jog, a hike, a bike ride, whatever it is. If you can't really, if you're not really a mobile person for whatever reason, get outside. Sit on the corner, somewhere, and just take in everything. Get away from the screens, get away from people for a little bit, get away from your dog, your cat, your mother, your brother, your husband, your sister, your wife, your uncles, nephews, cousins, brothers, podiatrist, whoever, you know what I mean? The stuff's important to take care of your brain for trading and what we're doing here. You can't do any of this if you're not taking care of yourself physically and mentally. To everybody to different degrees with all of that, of course. And most importantly, make sure you have work on your trading plan. If you don't have one this weekend, work on that trading plan. I can't think of anything more important that you could possibly be doing. If you want to be just a day trader, that's fine. You want to be just a swing trader, that's fine. You want to do both, separate plans for both. Maybe your plans overlap, that's fine. But you have to 100% have a trading plan. You have the greatest scanner on the planet, right? If you can't manage that trade, it means absolutely nothing. The last bit that I'll leave you with is, for example, great scan, great move in NERV. It even based up here for a while, right? Actually, I should say it based around that 930 level for a while before it went through. There's plenty of meat on that trade there. You could have gotten it there, but if you didn't have a trading plan for it there and you'd stuck your stop and you just size too big or something like that, and then it came down below that 930 level on you, and then all of a sudden, you cut a loss only to watch it turn around on you, it's because you didn't have a trading plan, I got in this trade, I actually got in this trade on this candle here, right there, as a matter of fact. All right. And I sat through that pain. I had a stop down here. My plan was low of the day stop. Once it started moving up, I said, I'm going to hold this for a while. Right. And I held through all this stuff through here. Right. And then I finally sold a little here on this pullback. Right. And then when we struggled around here, I got rid of the rest. Actually, it was around here. I got rid of the rest because I didn't like the way it was breaking this EMA. So trading plan. Anyone else there? Any way to find a wick candle on a 1 minute, 2 minute chart? Use the change in 1 minute. Use a change in 1 minute. I'll walk you out with that really quick. If you go to a configure of an alert window, it's not in a top list. You'd have to use a custom for a top list to do it, but on an alert window, change 1 minute. You have percent or dollar. You pick what you want to use. You can make 2 different scans of each one there. That's how you could do that, though. You've got that change 1 minute. Put a 5% in there, whatever you want. Experiment with it a little bit, but that's how you could do it there. So, all right, everybody, that's a wrap for me today. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Friday, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. We'll catch you back here for Double Dose, I believe, on Monday. I don't see why I won't be here for Double Dose on Monday for 12 noon session Eastern and 3:30 session Eastern. I do plan on it. So with all that said, I bid you adieu and adios for the weekend. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.